the session started this time. Unlike the last 4 times where I forgot to start the fucking session.
Yeah, guys, you're right here. Why aren't you moving?
Like, alright, I'm waiting on you. We've been doing this for a while, don't be shy. Ugh.
We all have a little social anxiety.
We do.
Oh, we all do. That's why we're here. To be socially anxious together.
Mm-hmm.
And then live stream it for the world.
The world can now see this evil cat. Let's run that out.
Let me know when we are live.
Oh, we're live. We've been live for a little bit.
Oh,
We're chatting
have we?
live.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Alright, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. Once again. To the Good and World D&D campaign. A lot has transpired over the past few weeks, campaign weeks. Am I going to recap all of it? No. But, it appears as though, right now, all roads lead to the Great Crater. You have... The more questions you answer, the more questions you seem to be left with. These kidnappings, this broader operation, the Susaroth the One, the outbreak of the Tunnel War, and more personal affairs as well. The affair with Ilosa and Javira that ultimately resulted in her leaving the party. Departing, yes. To make peace with the tragic fate that has befallen her. As well as other things. Aquila, you were visited by an ethereal being sent by the Moon Maiden herself, granting you a most holy task and most troublesome task to eliminate the Arch High Priestess of the Church of Saluna in the Great Crater. Kerbank, you received a strange letter requesting your presence at the Grand Apothecary of Nordenthal from an unknown individual addressing themselves only as Alaran. Lyra, you are constantly troubled in your sleep by visions of the past that set you, your whole life, astray. And Astoria, while you've only recently joined on this grand crusade of mystery and exploration and excitement, you too have concerns of your own. You guys, as you shift back and forth in your little tent in the camp that you guys set up just on the northern fringes of Halfling's Grove, you hold tight to a leather bag, tightly sealed, and you wake for just a moment to open it up and reassure yourself that its contents are still there. It's red, it's scaly, about the size of a watermelon, the dragon egg that you recovered so many weeks ago now, from the shores of the Anvil Gulf.
How's she carrying that thing if she's a fairy?
She has it like with the rest of her stuff. I imagine she's had like help moving it
Magic.
around and magic.
Magic.
Yeah, she's a magic. She's a cleric.
Fair.
Don't question it.
Look, women have purses.
I'm just
And-
She's a
curious.
3-foot-tall,
he's-
full-grown woman with a fucking dragon egg, and you're asking questions of logistics.
Look.
And
Do you
you're
know
saying
how
the
much-
dragon egg's the size of a watermelon, so it's a third of her height, and she's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, I was
carrying
just
it over
wondering
her
how
shoulder.
big she was compared to the watermelon-sized dragon egg.
I imagine she's like probably pushing around and like, why don't you answer? Do you have an answer for that? How would you like to be carrying this thing around?
I like to think she just has it like in a little sling, like on her back, kind of like a backpack. Because how else the fuck is she gonna carry that
It's
thing?
so cute.
Like hobo style.
Yeah.
This is like the same thing as like, how the fuck does Rether? How do you get a centaur down a ladder?
How does this
Just
happen?
walking around with
You don't ask
like
questions,
literally
that's what you do.
like this dragon egg in a sling, and they're like, "What's that? That's my child." Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
But yeah, but at first you really didn't have much of an idea of what you were gonna do with this thing. Once you found it, given it such a rare and invaluable, and truly priceless treasure that few mortals have ever come across or lived to see, or especially to possess. But as you cradle this thing, you hold on to that feeling that, perhaps this thing should get its own chance. Perhaps, maybe, you should try and find a way to maybe get it to hatch at some point. Or not. That is entirely up to you.
Oh no, he's hatching.
Alright, awesome, I love it.
Oh, he's happy.
I think we can fly on it.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while to. I mean, she could probably
fly on it.
But the dawn just barely starts to break, and each of you begin to wake up, rouse, and breathe in the cool, what time of year is it again? The cool fall air, the cool, like, late summer air. As you head further north, breathe in that cool air and see your fire that you set up the previous night is just reduced to a pit with some glowing ash, gently giving off amber luminescence. As you rouse, as you're getting your stuff together, Lyra, your extremely acute senses sort of like trigger you to look over, to look north, and you see birds, tens, dozens, and then at least a few hundred cawing and flying south, as if startled.
Uh-oh.
And then, moments later, the sky to your north flashes. For just a moment, a bright, vibrant purple. And a noise greater than any each of you have heard erupts, not in your ears, but in your minds. Everyone make a wisdom saving throw.
Starting this episode off hot.
18.
Oh, what the hell?
What do I click on for the saving throw?
It would be on
upper
the
right,
left
or
side of
upper
the
left.
sheet. Under saving
The-
throws.
with the plus.
Yeah, it'd be +6 for you.
Damn.
Plus 5.
For wisdom for Astoria.
Oh
No,
no,
for Aquila.
Kill. That's right. Oh, right. Okay.
Nice. Nice dirty 20.
yeah, dirty 20.
I got 18.
I got 13.
While this strange phenomenon stuns the rest of you, Astoria, you who are just starting to rouse from your sleep and totally unprepared, are taken completely off guard in it. You take 4 psychic damage.
Dang. Also check the memes channel. If anyone wants to see the imagination of Astoria carrying the big old egg on her shoulder.
I love that so much.
Oh yeah.
I said
that's
watermelon
perfect.
size and it kind of ran with it a little bit, but
They
I
got
love
the
the
redhead
image.
thing right.
Very cute.
That's very cute. Yeah, I love that. Yes. The whole world just flashed, and y'all are left blinking and looking at each other.
What the fuck was that? Can I tell how far away it was?
You may. How would you like to try and determine this? Like, just visually, or?
Yeah. I mean, because there's no sound, like, right? We just heard it in our heads.
Correct.
Yeah, so just visually, I guess.
Alright, roll perception.
12?
You're able to determine that it seemed to have originated from the north, and that it was a must have come from a great many miles away.
Okay. I don't know if we should go find out what the fuck that was.
I might as well. we all got stuff heading this way.
Yeah. I'm good.
Alright. You guys load your stuff up into your cart. And as you're doing so, you notice Rether is still... I should probably roll on his behalf. You see him just sound asleep, curled up in the back of the cart. You decide to dump your stuff in there.
On top of him.
Just a sleepy little guy.
Ooh, he also takes... Rether takes damage. Let's determine how much. Was it a 1d4? Right. He also takes 4. On high.
Damn. Get all those high rolls done early, so then when we're
also,
like, fighting for our
everyone-
lives or something later.
Make sure all your characters are long rested. I realize Rether's is not.
Yeah. That's
Because he was not here last session.
If he wasn't here last week, yeah.
And then now I'm gonna do 4 damage to him. There we go. You load up your cart. You find Bartholomew, your
Yeah.
Trusty steed.
trusty steed, hooking himself up to the front, or, well, getting in position so you can hook him up.
That'd be impressive if he could hook himself up.
And you ride north. You get onto the road. pull onto the road and follow it north. And as you ride, you finally fully exit the forest, and the mountain peaks seem to the mountain ridges to either side of you seem to split out and expand out wide. And before you, you see a great valley, lined at the edges with hills and woodlines, with small specks here or there on the horizon of just rousing villages, and the fields lined with terraced plots for agriculture, rolling with the hills gently all the way north. And entering this area, the air gets notably a little bit cooler. A wind strokes across your face, and strokes across, I don't like that term. And at long last, you see, just as you roll over this as you roll around this lump, the road sort of follows the terrain a bit. As you roll around this lump in the ground, you see towers and a stony mound that, as you go closer, you observe to be a stone keep. Below it, surrounded by walls. After I'm gonna say a couple hours on the road, finally arrived to the first real village you've seen since Stone Meadow.
Man, what in the Age of Empires shit is this?
Yep. I was actually tempted to use Age 2 to build this, but probably could have. Certainly could have. And you approach and get closer, and you see a road sign that says, "Now approaching Bramdoor's Gate." And yeah, you find yourselves just standing before this place. The gates are open. The early morning sun risen just north. Risen just north.
Yeah.
What kind of inhabitants are here?
Roll history for me.
Alright.
I love when people get to roll history rolls. It's my favorite roll. Yes, I get to tell lore. Well, in your various travels, the Bramdoor's Gate is kind of a very notable choke point in the roads coming between the Great Crater region and Lumptop Valley, and you perhaps traveling down here before. You remember seeing mostly dwarves, as with a majority of the population of the Great Crater Valley region. Lots of dwarves, though other inhabitants of Nordenthal, so some halflings, even a few dragonborn here or there that, as you know, originate, or largely originate from the mountains in the far northern frontiers of Nordenthal. So yeah. And looking at the great gate that stands before you, and the walls flanking it, and the castle which stretches over the walls and towers themselves, very, very heavily and very old dwarven infrastructure.
And what temple is that that's here?
You know it to be a Selûnite temple, although, or it's not necessarily a Selûnite temple, but that being the dominant religion, that's usually what's worshipped there. It's like, given that this is a critical road junction, people of many different faiths worship at this temple.
Okay, so this isn't the temple that I'm looking for.
It is not. The one you were looking for is in the Great Crater itself, like the city itself.
Okay. Well, where do we want to go?
Was this the apothecary that Kerbonk needs to go to?
No, I assume that's probably going to be in the big city as well.
That is
Okay.
the Great Apothecary. It's just an apothecary.
I see. Well, let's see. Is there anybody on the street that we could talk to? Maybe they'll know where that purple wave of whatever came from.
Are you approaching through the Wildland Gate there? Are you entering?
Yeah.
Kelly, I'm just gonna give you lead to move the party. Like, you're in control of the party marker.
Okay.
Don't get us killed.
Oh, sorry, too late.
Everyone roll a death saving throw.
Got it.
Uh,
Critical fail.
My bad.
you enter through the large southern gates. The path being, mostly like well placed and well maintained cobbles, and it's early morning, but there's already people about, going to and fro, going to their workplaces. You see activity over at the farmers market. Smoke is just starting to rise from the bakery. Gentle lights from candles are visible in many of the windows around you. The temple to your left seems relatively vacant. But there's people around, about going back and forth. Yeah. I'm also gonna say, because of your insane observation skills, no, I'll hold on to that.
Doesn't want to spoil it yet.
Wow.
I like you guys to figure things out for yourselves, or just go out and discover things.
Do we want to go to a tailor? Because we've been through the muck, and we haven't even got any new clothes.
True. That's probably not a bad idea. Okay, we can head toward the tailor, I guess, and then like ask people around if they know, if they saw the thing that we saw, and like if they know where it came from.
All right. Are you in there? All right. The you moving your thing around mostly just lets me know that you've made a decision as to where to go.
Okay.
As you enter the table, I've been talking at people since 3 a.m. today, so my apologies. As you enter the tailor, you open the door and you see a halfling working at farther in the back behind the counter, working at what looks like a leather tunic with a needle and a thread, focusing very carefully on her work.
Mm-hmm.
You see another halfling, younger, similar resemblance. Sees you come in, and she sort of shouts back, "Ma, we got customers." Everyone's Scottish apparently, or whatever the accent is. And you hear a reply from the back from this halfling. Says, "Not busy. I need to have this done by the afternoon." And then she sort of like her ear twitches and she looks back. She's like, "Oh, new customers. I'll be with you in just a moment. Have a look around if you'd like."
Mhm. Take a look
What kind of
around.
drip you got in here?
Yeah.
The store's quite quaint. On one side you see lots of like, you know, wool and cotton, everyday attire. Nothing too elegant or formal. Well, not much of it is. Most of it's like simple, common folk clothing. Pants, shirts, a dress here or there. And you see on some mannequins some much nicer clothes appear to be sewn from or woven from silk or some similar substance with a lining of platinum or silver or even gold. On the other side of the room, you see works of leather, tunics. You see some gambesons, attire of a much more martial manner, much more martial nature. Gambesons, leather tunics, scabbards, belt buckles, or belts and belt buckles. Even some pieces of armor. Nothing too heavy, but like lighter pieces of like chainmail, connected, on a leather base, that sort of thing. More of like a, not the same sort of attire you saw the dwarven or any of the like the Nordenthal like royal army forces wearing in Stone Meadow or in Halfling's Grove. Something more of like a civilian manner, but still gear intended for the rough and tumble of combat and expeditions away from civilization. You're looking around, and eventually, the halfling in the back puts her needle down, sticks it in a little pin, or in like a little pin cushion, and then comes out of the front of the store, up to the counter, and looks at each of you. Oddly, she doesn't seem too surprised to see, folks who are clearly not from this region here. Though she does take a curious look at Lyra, and then looking at Kerbank, squints a little, but keeps her tone steady. And says, "You must be newcomers. What can I do for you?"
Just looking for maybe new sets of clothes. Ours are pretty wild and torn up. Had an interesting couple weeks.
Certainly seems like it. What, you decided to go, like, hunting bears down in the grove?
Something like that.
Well, I've got all sorts of things for you. What might you be interested in?
I'm just looking for like a basic set of like pants and a shirt, something to wear under my gear, my armor.
Oh yeah, we can offer that to you. I think we've got things in all sorts of sizes. I'm sure I've got some stuff that'll fit you. How about the rest of you?
Let's see. I don't know.
I
what
can
the
also do custom orders, but it might take a little bit of time.
Yeah, the highest I can use is light armor. Oh.
I'm just here
what
for the style because I can't wear anything. I just need to look fucking sick in battle. That's all.
What? Well, we've got all sorts of combat equipment. Some of your
And-
statue. I mean, we've got some. They're not dwarven size, but they're of dwarven make, which is quality, rest assured. Some chainmail hauberks. Be medium armor. Or
studded leather.
studded leather. Ah, brigandine is what we like to call it here. Got plenty of that. What's your size? You are a
Medium?
yeah. Well, everyone's medium. I mean, I guess that
I
makes
am
sense.
not, sir. I'm tiny.
Right. Okay, I guess so.
And our
She doesn't
large
quite see you
fellows
behind the
asleep in a
counter.
wagon.
You just see the top of her head.
It's
from
studded
behind.
leather. We can get that for you. Let me see. Alright, so studded leather, some basic clothes. Alright, let me look. Gosh, I wish the manage inventory thing loaded faster.
Yeah.
Add item. Studded leather. What are you wearing currently?
Just regular leather.
The studded leather is it should offer a little bit of increased protection for you. It's tough but flexible. The leather is, but the secret lies behind it. A series of small steel plates, studded into the leather itself, gives you pretty good protection from slashing, penetration, that sort of deal. But it's still more flexible than plate armor. Although I wouldn't take a
Well, hello.
Hello.
I'm here.
Rether, so as you're discussing with
Wakes
hold
up.
on. I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna get to that.
Wakes up thrashing in the back of the
And
car.
welcome. Yeah, yeah.
Where am I?
Where is he? Yeah, he doesn't know. Anyway, it's gonna cost you 45 gold.
How much?
And we've got something here that I'm sure will fit you perfectly, with strap adjustment, of course, that you can do yourself.
How much if I sell my regular?
Ooh, I mean, it's pretty torn up. And just straight up leather's not worth a lot. I'd be willing to take it off her hands for, let's say, 3 gold.
Unfortunately, I only have 24 gold, so I will have to come back later for this.
Interesting.
I'll spot you, Aquila.
Oh shit! Was Jovira had all the fucking gold, didn't she?
She had
Yeah.
so much stuff.
Jovira had all.
How
the
much
stuff.
did she run off with?
Everything. She
I
had
can actually check.
everything.
I can actually
That
check.
girl stole all our shit and
Chase
ran.
that bitch down.
She
100,
she left
where's
it-
my money, Lebowski?
This is our new campaign: is to hunt down Jovira.
Jovira and get all our shit back.
She had 162 gold. Okay, I'm willing, because that's kind of bullshit.
Redistribute the wealth.
I'm willing to redistribute it. Just
Our little loot goblin disappears.
And
Yes.
with it, all of our gold.
Hey, there's still another loot goblin, okay? I'm still a rogue.
maybe I need to decide about that. But for right now, the gold you have is the gold you got. Because I need to come up with a way of doing it that makes sense.
Okay. Well, I'll spot you, Aquila, if you need the money to.
How much the rest of you guys are you guys broke as fuck?
I have
I got
300.
a pretty good
not.
chunk. If I
Oh,
remember right.
Kerbonkus.
I'm
Yeah, I'm a
not.
little
Rether
loaded.
is alright. No, you guys got Rether and Kerbonk. You guys are fucking good. Rether is sitting pretty right now.
Did I think because I wasn't there for when you guys finished?
Oh,
the
maybe. I
dungeon?
think she wasn't here that
Perhaps.
day. That she didn't get
Yeah,
the
'cause
gold that
we
we all
were-
got.
How much did
Yeah,
I?
because we were too smelly.
Yeah, she was.
She, but
No,
she
I
would have been
was too
compensated.
smelly.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't
But
like the
she-
smell of everything. How much gold was that
It was like 150, I think.
each?
Yeah.
No.
No, was it not that
No,
much?
it was like 25 each or something.
No. It
Yeah, we
Or-
split
I
it.
don't
We
know.
got 150 total.
Oh,
or
that's
something. We
right.
split
Okay,
it.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Split. We had 4 people in the party. 5 people. We had 5 people back
5.
then.
5. Yeah.
We would have had 4 that day if Aquila wasn't there.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, but the whole thing split 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 20 gold.
So you
or
get an
no.
additional.
This
A
money appears out of the air into your hands.
I'm an international relations major. I don't do math.
150
Calcu.
divided by 5 is 30.
That's so add an additional 30 gold to your purse.
Does everybody?
No,
just
Keela,
Tequila.
because you were there.
You already
You
got it.
yours.
Nice
Anyway.
try, though.
It's gonna cost you 45 for the studded leather. That being said, hold on. Yeah, 45 for studded leather.
Is there anything I can do to? Any favors that I could do for you to reduce this price here?
Roll persuasion. Mm,
Now he has to think of something.
well, give me a second. Give me a second. In the meantime, Rether, while I'm working on that, Rether, you suddenly awake in the back of the cart and find yourself in a village. You see the party just enter what looks to be a tailor shop, judging by the clothed mannequins in the window. And you suddenly realize you had an awful headache. You took basically wrap some of what happened earlier. There was as the party woke up and got their shit together at the camp, at their campsite. There's a bright bright purple flash in the sky, massive noise, but like only inside your head, not like actual kinetic noise. And everyone rolled a wisdom saving throw. I rolled for you. You failed. You took 4 psychic damage.
Oh, okay. That would explain why I have 39 out of 43.
Yes. I also long rested you.
Oh, good.
Because you weren't here. Oh, you weren't even here last session.
No, I wasn't.
No,
All
you
right.
were playing for him.
You missed a boss fight.
You did.
So,
Oh,
yes.
that's fine. Did I do a lot of damage?
You did a fucking ton of damage.
Yes.
Did he? He might have been missing a. I can't remember.
don't think so. I think
No,
he was
no,
missing
you were
shots
missing
pretty
shots.
bad.
No, you're. Well, he was rolling good, but it didn't fucking matter because
was
Alosa had
Alosa.
an AC of 19.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
So,
I
you guys.
was just kidding him.
All right. Very quick breakdown of that, just so we can move on and not have to revisit that. Last session, party entered the this abandoned house in the middle of the woods. That Gavazdania said, "There's a great evil there. I don't know what the hell's going on. Go and figure it out and stop that racket."
Yeah.
You go in and you discover the secret hideout of the Veiled Shadows criminal organization, the one that Jovira was formerly a member of, the thieves, the Veiled Shadows Thieves Guild. Go in, things smell wrong, and you open the door and you see a guild member, a bandit, flanked by 2 lemures. If you know, do you know what lemures are?
no.
Globby things from the hells. When a soul gets sent to the hells,
Ah.
they become a lemure before they can work themselves up to become some other kind of devil in the hierarchy.
Gotcha.
But basically, frontline slime fighting the blood war, for the most part. But they were here. They ripped this guy apart, and as the party worked their way through the entire hideout, they had to fight their way through lemures and bandits, some of which recognized Javira and were even more enraged. Eventually, they found one of the surviving leaders of the surviving leaders of the guild, who basically said that they killed Javira's husband. And they did it because they were offered such great power to do so. But the power they were given was cursed in nature because it originated from the hells. And when asked who had them do this, who made this deal, that condemned their very souls to the hells, he pointed behind him and, chuckling, there was Ilosa, who turned out to be a Cambion. He was a Cambion, backed up by a number of barbed devils, who basically said, well, it's all more or less it's along the lines of, well, it's all great and fun, damning the souls of like lifelong thieves and such. Jovira was a corrupt soul who found true love and redeemed herself, and he wanted to corrupt that soul once more. That was the greatest prize. True love is like freshly butchered meat, like gourmet salt on freshly butchered meat, and he wanted her soul in particular, which is why he orchestrated the whole thing. He had the guild murder her husband. He sent the letter to Jovira that sent her to Thistlebrook in the first place to find Ilosa. He feigned ignorance of this letter on a first meeting, but it was him the whole fucking time that orchestrated all of this. He then offered her a choice. He said, your husband, as you may know, or may not know, when people die, they are immediately sent to the City of Judgment. Their souls are sent to the City of Judgment, where they wander around aimlessly for like 7 to 10 business days until their patron deity or the deity adhering to their specific alignment comes over and like, come on kids, go into my afterlife, whether that be a good one or bad one. He went to the City of Judgment. He plucked the soul of Javira's husband and entombed it in and trapped it in a in this infernal crystal.
Huh.
He said, I come to offer you something you want in exchange for something you need. Take your revenge. Go hunt down and slaughter the rest of the leadership of the Veiled Shadows Guild, and I will reward you this. You will be able to commune with your husband once more. With this crystal. Not once more. You will be able to commune with your husband as you please with this crystal. I will return him to you. If not, you will never see your husband again. In this life or the next. Originally, this was going to be a choice made by Jovira, but as you know, Maddie left the campaign. So I left this decision up to the party, who decided collectively to kick Ilos's ass. And that they did. You shot at him a lot. You didn't really do a lot against him because he had a fucking AC of 19. And it took half damage from almost every physical, non-magical attack. Eventually, you guys did beat him. Jovira is like being heartbroken by all this, and the weight of all this being put on her. She's like, you know what, I'm done. That's it, and she goes on her own way. She's no longer a part of the party. That catches us up to now. The rest is history.
Gotcha. Jesus Christ.
Ugh. Anyway, you're just rousing in the back of the cart in the fortified village of Bramdor's Gate, the southern end of the Great Crater. Anyway, Aquila. She says to you, well, maybe there is something. The local guild, the Iron Soul Guild, has been enforcing higher and higher tolls on trade coming through the village. It's been making my work more expensive. Particularly in the weapons and armor department. Or not weapons and armor department, just in the armor department. If you were to somehow help sort that situation out, I don't know how you would go about that. And do something to ease the growing tolls being taken by the guild's mercenaries along the trade routes. Your coin would be it would definitely be more favored here, and I can offer you a discount.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Lyra, I'm not actually gonna charge you charge you money for clothes that don't give you any stats. That
Can
being
I
said,
wear studded armor under my breastplate? Or is that all
No.
considered the same? Yeah, okay, I didn't think so.
These armors are designed to fit snugly to your form.
Okay.
To prevent from shaking and tossing around and that sort of stuff that would make more wearing.
Yeah, I
on you.
figured it was either the studded armor or the breastplate.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And your breastplate is gives considerably more protection.
Yeah,
than
I think
studded
I
armor
had
would.
studded armor before I had the
Yeah.
breastplate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the highest that I can use.
That being said, any clothes in particular, so just in our mental image.
Can I ask if she has any belts or bracers? That's about all I can wear. Or boots, I guess, if she got anything cool and boot-wise.
We got some boots in your size.
Probably a good belt. So, you know, keep your
Any-
loincloth up.
Jesus.
Any kind of belt that may be able to help me in combat.
Take a look
Or
at this.
It's a back brace.
No.
It's just a lifting belt. Just straps it up.
Yeah. A waist trainer.
You know, I might have something just for you.
Just for you.
But first, I need to ask you the question, you know, touch the elephant in the room here.
Mhm.
Why
we have a fairy, right? Not why I'm green.
it's more along the lines of, what do you make of this whole tunnel war business?
Well, I am a firm believer of fuck Grunenreich. They killed my father. Give me a second, I'm scrolling back. I gotta get all my names right. Yeah. Drugog was the one that killed my father, so it is my goal right now to hunt and finish the job.
Drugaug? You mean that Drugaug?
That Drugog.
Roll me persuasion with advantage, because you made a very good argument there.
With advantage.
She looks at you approvingly. It's like, you know, for a green skin, maybe not so bad. That being said, I don't think a lot of other people are going to see it exactly that way, you know. Perhaps this could be of use to you. At least in the regions of Nordenfell, within the borders of Nordenfell. And she goes to the back room and she takes out a very large, heavy laden belt. Made of thick leather, inscribed with runes that shimmer in the light. This is a belt of dwarven kind, magically inscribed with the finest of dwarven mithril. While wearing this belt, you will be imbued with the lingual knowledge of Dwarvish. You'll be able to speak, read. You will know Dwarvish. You'll also be a friend of dwarven kind. You'll have advantage on charisma, you'll have advantage on persuasion checks made to interact with dwarves in Dwergar. You'll also be imbued with dwarven toughness, so your constitution will increase by 2 to a maximum of 20.
Got more tanky.
In addition, while attuned to the belt, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn to growing a full beard if you can grow one, or a thicker beard if you already have one.
Okay, idea. Can I throw my character in ChatGPT to see if I can make a thicker beard, and then I can roll at the start of each day?
Yes.
I can switch my icon.
Do it.
It's gonna be like in like Red Dead Redemption 2 when you like drink like 50 like hair tonics and you shave yourself bald and mid cutscene you just
Yeah. I will have that going while we're doing the rest of this.
You become
great.
Abdullah Muhammad Morgan. If you aren't a dwarf or dwergar, you gain the following additional benefits while wearing the belt. Dark vision. And resilience, which means you have resilience to poison damage. You also had advantage on saving throws you make to avoid or end the poisoned condition.
Oh wow, okay.
Yes.
Hey. Does this require attunement?
Does not seem to require anything.
I'm typing in it says so on my thing for manage inventory.
Oh yes, requires attunement. What is attunement?
I think it's just so you can only have so many magical items.
I think you can
Right.
only have 3 attuned items at one time.
I think
Okay,
so.
gosh,
I'm
which I don't think you have any.
No, he shouldn't.
That being said, this item is not cheap. It's the only one I have. I'd be willing to consider selling it to you for a, So you made it such a good argument. I'm willing to drop it from 75 down to 65 for you.
I'm not even gonna.
So here are the rules according to attuning. You have to ensure that the item requires attunement and that you meet any prerequisites, such as class or spellcasting abilities specified by the item. Doesn't have that. You have to spend a short rest, and it has to be at least 1 hour focused solely on the item, which means you can't use the time to recover hit points or spell slots. Your attention must be entirely on the item. During the short rest, you must be in physical contact with the item. This could involve practicing with a weapon or meditating with a wondrous item. And at the end of the short rest, you gain an intuitive understanding of how to activate any magical properties of the item, including any necessary command words.
Okay.
My opening price is 65.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna haggle. I'm hearing I get to actually be friends.
He's not into
with-
economics. He's just into
I
hackonomics.
get to be friends with dwarves right now.
He's like, math?
know
All
how
I
I-
need to know is that I have enough gold.
You know the discrimination I have faced so far?
Go ahead and forfeit 65 gold pieces, and I will bestow upon you the belt of dwarven kind.
Oh, one off. Removed.
Add this. I'm gonna add it to your equipment. Make sure you
Okay, yeah, I
actually equip it.
I threw one in already.
Oh,
I was reading along with you as you were going through just to check in with everything.
let me delete it then. And refresh
Okay.
your character page. Inventory. Yep, there you go.
I shall step inside the tailor. Unless it's an open market.
That's a building.
Okay.
You hop out of the cart and you see Bartholomew pretty much hooked up to the cart, and he's just eyeing up. You notice he's eyeing up the other steeds wandering by, like pulling other carts.
So I scratch his ears.
Oh,
I
what's up,
tell him to calm down.
All right.
And then I go inside.
Okay. Ah. Well. Got to say, I'm not entirely sure how you would wear pants. I might have to make something custom for you, if you want something like that. But we've many things on offer. There's like common clothes, like work clothes, and like some like these like noble attire on the right. On the left, it's more like light and medium armors. You know, leather and some chainmails and hauberks and stuff.
At this point, how damaged would my armor be?
Your armor has gotten some wear, some scraps and scrapes, but still fully functional. Any attire you have under that, after being on the road for so long, it's probably not going to be the cleanest or best condition, but it's not negatively impacting you, like, tangibly.
Okay.
Can we get Ruther a three-piece suit? Or would it be like...
Right?
Hold on,
Like
it'd have to
this.
be the jacket,
Hold
the
on.
vest.
Yeah. The meme channel.
But no
I-
sleeves. I don't wear sleeves.
Hold on. Google image
No, look at-
generator.
Look
Alright.
in the memes
Yeah, I've
channel.
seen that before. Yeah. I want to see what it looked like with a centaur in a three-piece suit.
That's dope. That would totally be me.
Centaur in
Hat and all.
generate an image of a centaur in a suit. Is there anything I can interest you in?
Maybe adding the, I don't know, maybe reinforcing my leather armor I have, or something similar, if you have it.
Let's see. We do have. If you want a little bit of an upgrade, we have some studded leather, some, or other types of armor.
Okay.
I would say no, yeah, because you're just wearing leather armor. I'd say it's probably a little bit cut up, but still fully functional.
Well, I'm wearing studded. I have studded leather for
Okay.
armor.
Okay, gotcha. Um. Sorry, copy image, reference memes. It's so good.
Needs the pants.
Yeah, it's only a 2-piece. You walk in your job interview, that's what you see. Anyway,
That's a 3-piece.
oh,
It's got
you
the
need a-
shirt. It's got the shirt,
Okay.
the vest and jacket. That's the 3-piece.
okay, gotcha. Anyway,
Are these like +1s or anything like
no,
that?
these are like basic stuff.
Basic.
Not military grade. More of like for like travelers and adventurers and such.
Gotcha.
So you don't see any weapons or helmets or anything. Mostly like leather worked stuff, reinforced with armor. Like there's like some hauberks, like chainmail dwarven make hauberks, and which is basically just chainmail armor.
Gotcha.
Some brigantine, which is like studded leather. There's also like leather armors. Basically, if you can come up with like a light or medium common armor that you want, they have that here.
I got you. Yeah, I'll probably be fine.
Okay. Anybody else? How about you, little one? And she looks down at the 3-foot tall, lady with fairy wings. Could I interest you in any of my wares?
I think I'm okay. Do you have perhaps a better sling?
Yeah, I could get something like that. And she goes around and looks back. She looks in the back, going through some old chests and such, and she produces a like I can say like a robust leather like pack with like actual like cross support and like one of like a string tightened top,
Mhm.
and then on top of that a leather flap that goes over and has like a buckle where it buckles down to protect it from rain, things like that. Is this what you'd be looking
The
for?
egg will fit. will the egg fit in there?
Yes. You think I'm gonna give you one the egg is not gonna fit in? It's completely useless to you.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, fair. It's a fair question. Oh my god, I love it, Colton.
That's such a good beard.
I feel like it gets rid of more detail each and every time, though. It puts more like another layer of yellow on top of it all.
Uh-huh.
But still fun. It's like it's aging. Anyway, yeah, I could give this to you. About 10 gold.
Deal.
All right. Do you actually want
We're
this
not
item
hagglers
in
here.
your? You actually want this item in your inventory? Or you just want to like notionally like have it?
It
It's not
doesn't
gonna
matter. I
be
mean,
like-
it's more for flavor than anything, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep, just delete 10 gold from your inventory. If you know how to do that. Do you know how to do that?
I think so.
Okay.
It's thinking.
Yep.
There it goes.
And yeah, it was like, well, unless there's anything else, it's been quite a pleasure doing business with you. If you can figure out the whole toll situation, come back here. I'm sure I'll have something. I'm sure I'll have a good discount for you.
Okay. Do we? Where was there? I don't think we need to go to the blacksmith. I think we're all pretty good on weapons and stuff.
Colton's got 2 battle axes on him.
Do I really?
You still have the +1.
Oh, I thought I sold that thing. Yes?
It's still in
No,
your
because
inventory last check.
I picked. Yeah, it is because I picked up the +1, the +2.
Yep. You sold the original one to buy the
Mhm.
+1, and then you found a +2.
Nice.
I mean, I'm just curious. I take it the blacksmiths don't have like +1 weapons. It's just regular basic shit.
I'm gonna say the blacksmith might. The blacksmith might, if you go there and investigate.
I'm gonna go.
All right. We go over to.
The last
Oh,
blacksmith
good
you went to did.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't selling them.
Fair. That's because there was an immediate crisis that occurred.
Yes.
Alright, you guys head to the blacksmith?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Alright, you enter in and you feel the warmth, you approach the blacksmith's shop, and you feel the warmth of the fires emanating out from, inside this shop. Seems like most of the actual business side of things is outdoors. He's got a couple racks with, like, weapons, and on the other side, racks of, like, tools, mostly, like, farming equipment, and, like, hammers and that sort of stuff. And it's you see a dwarf hammering away, plinking away at what looks like a broadsword on an anvil, still glowing red hot from the fires, sparks flying off with every hammer fall. And he sort of wipes his brow and looks up at you and is like, ah, a little early for business, but I'm always welcome to it. How can I help you today?
Ah, yes. What is he? A dwarf, you said?
He's a dwarf.
Ah.
He has thick black hair and beard. He has broad shoulders and arms like tree trunks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my good sir, wondering, would you happen to have any hand crossbows?
Indeed I do. The start of the war really cleaned up my supply, but I've been able to build up since then. I've been hoping that the either the guild or the Royal Army garrison here would be buying them up, but they seem to be caught in their own sort of their own issues to focus on the small businesses of this town for now. I'm willing to sell it to you for stand by. The hand crossbow?
Yeah.
You already have one. Are you trying to get a second one?
Yeah, dual wield, baby. Pew pew.
Crossbow. And +1. Willing to sell this to you for these things are very sought after among adventuring types coming through.
Mm-hmm.
want to sell it to you for 85 gold.
Deal.
He looks a little surprised, but he accepts.
I'm always willing
nods
to help
approvingly.
out a small businessman.
Right, you are, sir.
Small.
I like the cut of your jib.
I like
And
that
he,
beard. That's beautiful.
He sets down his work and he goes over to one of the racks and produces a large, well-manufactured crossbow with intricate
Wait, is this a crossbow or a hand crossbow?
hand crossbow.
Okay, it's not large.
It's shut up.
Large for him.
Yeah, I'll say large for him, but like normal size for me.
No, it's like normal. It's a normal size hand crossbow.
Yeah,
Shut
he's
up.
a small,
Oh,
small,
wait a
small
minute.
business.
I'm trying to give details. All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
All right, fuck off. Have your crossbow. Give me 85 bucks.
I did.
All right. I am adding it to your equipment. Make sure to
Okay.
equip it.
Can I ask if they have a +1 short bow?
You don't even need to ask if you can ask. You can just ask. But
Okay.
yes.
Do you have a +1 short bow?
Why you ask?
Wow.
Short bows. Well, fortunately, a thing like short bows doesn't require a whole lot of metal work. I don't work with those things at the smith here. But perhaps you can get something from the fort itself. They have an armory there, and they occasionally sell out surplus.
We make it over that way.
Yeah, if we don't have anything else here.
Can I offer up my great axe? Seeing what he would bid at. I promise this thing is good in a fight.
How much do you want for it?
75.
Stand by.
I have no idea what the actual price of these things are. I was just calling one out.
Yeah. Again, economics and finances are not Kerbonk's strong suit.
What is it?
75.
How much could one banana cost? $10?
Was this a great axe?
The great
This
X
is
plus
a
one. He's
great
trying to
axe
sell.
plus one.
75. That's far too high. I can take it off your hands for. Let's talk 35.
65.
Roll persuasion.
And I don't have advantage on that yet, do I?
No, not yet. You'd have to do short rest.
One second. Persuasion, you said?
Persuasion.
Oh.
Oh my god!
I was right next to the 20 as well.
Damn.
35 or 45, but I won't do a coin higher.
Screw it, okay.
All right.
I ain't using it.
Any,
As I
any-
whip out
this-
my +2.
This muscular dwarf, sorry, just spits on his grimy hand and puts it out like for you to shake.
Oh, I am shaking the hell out of that hand.
Makes a wet slapping noise as you grab him and just. All right, I will bestow upon you 45 gold,
Okay,
and you can delete that X.
gotcha. Goodbye, X. You were good.
There you go. That's good barter right there. So a great axe, it's like for mundane great axe is 30 gold.
Mhm.
So
How much is a +1 normally priced
doesn't-
at then?
there's not a price there's not a price listed for it. I think I was charging you guys like 20 more
Ah, okay.
back in Stone Meadow, but these guys are bartering, so gonna-
and we have not been
They're gonna
bartering.
lowball you. They're gonna lowball you to try bringing the price down, or highball, or like charge you extra upon the initial offer. All right. Any other business we can get done here?
No, don't think so.
All right. It's a pleasure doing business with you. And he goes back to hammering away at the sword on the end. Well, he sticks it back in the heat of the fire and then pulls it out and starts hammering it again.
So where do we want to go next? We want to go to the fort?
If you guys want to, we don't have to. Right now. I don't really use a bow.
Nah, she uses fucking
Use
Nukes.
my nuke. Yeah.
orbital lasers. Just
They're
Alderons the
effective.
shit out of just individual goblins.
Look, it's effective. You gotta do. what's
Lyra
effective.
follows the Tarkin doctrine.
I don't know what that is.
That's a Star Wars thing. Basically, just fear and overwhelming firepower.
I mean, yeah.
Like I said,
Wow.
the village is really starting to wake up now. People are going to and fro. Yeah, street's starting to get a little bit busier. Not like crazy busy like it was in at the height of activity in Stone Meadow, but the work days generally started.
What was the job that you got tasked with, Aquila?
The trade thing, but I assume that's... Where was that, like... Would that be at the fort, or would that be...
She said if you could find some way to do something about the increasing tolls put on by the guild's mercenaries, then she could offer you a discount.
Mercenaries. Let's go kill them.
I mean, go to the fort, we could go to the guild hall.
Let's go to the guild hall first.
Sure.
Unless you guys want to go to the fort first. I don't care.
You guys head off in the direction of the guild hall, and as you pass by that statue, just the light reflects off of it and catches your eye. Looking up to it, at least initially, all you can tell is just a statue of some dwarf. As you're going past people and such, you come across two small groups of dwarves seeming to be engaged in some kind of verbal entanglement with one another. Each side, one side is wearing heavier, plate armor with underlying chain, with with halberds and such, and poleaxes. The other side wearing a mixture of more civilian armor, similar to the ones you saw in the tailor's place, with scimitars at their hips. And it seems to be a verbal confrontation happening here.
Wanna intervene or listen in?
I'm down listening. I love a good. I love to know the tea of other people.
Yeah. Find out what the argument's about.
You sort of hang around nearby, and you can hear it as the voices on both sides sort of start to raise their voices. You hear one of the heavier armored ones in like blue royal colors saying, "Your business is not in this town. Frankly, you shouldn't have any near it or outside of it at all anyway. As far as I'm concerned, you and your dogs, you and your dogs have been nothing but a nuisance here, are a disgrace to Bramder's Gate." You hear the retort coming from one of the less uniformly dressed, one of the guys from the less uniformly dressed group, and he shouts back, "You soldiers and your sticks up your asses are more of an embarrassment to this place than we ever have been or will be. If this town is ever to grow, they need cheaper solutions, cheaper than you. We provide those service and we provide protection at a bargain price. Shouldn't you be off on the front lines of some shitty tunnel somewhere?" And at that remark, both sides are tightening their grips around their weapons as tempers begin to rise even further.
I'm down to watch this if you guys are.
Yeah, I want to see what happens.
Right.
You continue to watch. And the leader of the group of soldiers, you hear him say, "Why, you son of a bitch!" And he throws a punch, swinging hard, with a quick right hook that catches. It hits, but it's sort of blocked by the leader of the other group, and very rapidly, weapons start getting put on backs, and a fist fight begins to ensue in this town square. As both sides start striking each other.
Yeah, one of you bigger individuals can break up this fight if you desire.
I'll stay close, but I'm not gonna break it up yet. I'll see until it gets a little out of hand, then maybe break it up.
I'm just gonna watch.
The fight ensues, and eventually the soldier gets a firm, quick uppercut into the lower jaw of the leader of the this mercenary group, who gets knocked back onto his ass, scrambling up, wiping his mouth, blood being drawn from it. And he looks up at the soldier before him. Seeing this, both sides stare at each other very tensely, waiting to see what will happen. After a few moments of the air itself seeming still, civilians all around stopping what they're doing and watching, time itself seeming to come to a close, You see the mercenary captain chuckle to himself and pull himself to his feet and says, "Come on, boys. We've got better things to do elsewhere anyway. We'll see that our bosses have a conversation. There's going to be consequences for this, buckethead." And they head off towards the guild, and that group heads off towards the guild hall. The other group of dwarves, the armored ones who look more like soldiers, they're picking each other up and checking themselves. They are bruised and battered and kind of worn, and the leader gives a stern look to the civilians and the townsfolk around, and then abruptly continue, their daily activities. He says, "Come on, lads. Let's get a drink on me." And they begin heading over towards the tavern once the mercenaries are well gone.
Alright, so where are we going? We go tavern, or do we want to go right to the guild hall?
Let them cool off for a minute, I think. Let's finish our trek to the guild hall and go back to the tavern when they've cooled down. Had a beer or two.
You approach the guild hall. You head down the street with small businesses and residences on either side to your north and south as you continue down, and the flanking the road, or as you proceed, the road becomes flanked not by the coarse dry soil of a well-trodden town, but of well-watered grass of green, seeming to encircle this large manor that stands before you, several stories tall. It seems to be aside from the fort standing back behind you on the other side of town, this seems to be quite a gilded hall indeed. Let's see what I did there.
Oh, we got a new map.
Hell yeah.
Yes. I can't take credit for this one. I had to steal this one because there's a lot of maps being made for today's session, because you guys could go in a lot of different places. This is one of them. Also, building a multi-story manor in Incarnate, while not impossible, is extremely time-consuming and difficult. The amount of effort that went into this thing is crazy. Anyway, you find yourself at the door, the large double doors of this manor. The doors themselves being lined with well-polished steel, the wood looking akin to mahogany. And big
tiny.
knocking. This is a large place. And the doors have these those big knockers on them. Not big knockers in that sense.
We
They
love
got
the
some
big
giant-
knockers.
They have some
Giant
huge, huge, shiny knockers just
Auga.
ready to get used. Can't take your eyes off them.
No, I can't. You've seen one pair, you still want to see them all.
Don't let your wife hear that.
I'll go tell Abby right now. I want to see them all still.
She's heard me say
It's like Thad Castle and Blue Mountain State. Show us your knockers!
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. yeah, you guys find yourselves just standing before this large manor.
Someone to knock?
Yep. Knock.
I saw you posted something. Oh, there you go. There it is. It's in DMs.
Knock the knockers.
Right. Sorry. I was looking at this thing. It has a big resounding dong, dong, dong. And the doors are pulled open and from the inside. And you are greeted by the warm scent of perfumated air and just reveal rooms. Yeah, I wish I could like fog of war things in like groups and like have like delete this group, delete that group. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Have it done by room. That way I don't have to do this. A large hall, with a you know, intricately planked floor, very clean carpets. There's animal mantles along the sides and the back, including a large moose with great antlers. You see a well-dressed dwarf wearing sort of a more formal doublet. Is that what it's called?
Doublet.
Doublet,
Sure.
like old-timey suit sort of deal.
Sure.
Doublet, like, yeah, antiquity. I don't know. And with a pin in his shirt, some kind of seal. Behind him are two other armed dwarves, dressed similarly to the ones you saw before, though you don't recognize them as being the same ones. And the dwarf, the well-dressed one, looks at you and says, "Ah, newcomers! Welcome to Iron Soul Manor. This here is sort of our little headquarters of the Iron Soul Guild. We run much of the commercial side of things here in Bramder's Gate, and we're happy to do all sorts of business. What brings you here today?"
I'm just following them. I still don't know where we are.
You are. Oh, right. You didn't even see the great. You didn't see the map. I'm gonna flip over to the map to show you. Is it okay? You guys okay if I do that?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Great Crater region.
Oh, like, no, my character has no idea where we are. I'm playing it. I slept. I don't know where we are anymore.
Okay. Just for reference, though. Y'all are here. This is the Great Crater region map. I've put much work into this.
Nice. That's a
Yes.
good map.
Thank you. Yep, made it myself. Anyway. But yeah. You know, talk to your fucking party. Figure out where you are. You know, converse.
That's what
You're
I was
role
doing.
playing. Oh, right. Yeah.
That was. I was like, that's what I
Right.
said. I was like, I'm just following them. I still have no idea where I am. I was asleep.
I see. I certainly hope the rest of you aren't as
Clueless.
I wasn't going to say that, but as let's say
Locationally
as lost,
challenged.
locationally challenged as your partner here, as your companion here.
It was a keyless quest. We were here.
Well, we're here to see, here to speak with, someone about the, what was it? Can't think of the word that you were. The
Tolls?
trade tolls, yeah.
Ah, yes, the tolls. You're the first one You're the first one this morning to come to us and talk about it, and I'm certain you will not be the last. Well, if you'd like to speak to a representative of ours, I could, yeah, I could arrange for an appointment.
That would be wonderful. Is there anything else to see here while we're waiting?
Oh, there's plenty of things to do. There's, lots of businesses and such, but a group of newcomers yourself, you seem, very well traveled and, quite frankly, in the need for coin. I think my superiors might have, if you'd be open to it, I think my superiors might have, some interest in employing your services. Nothing long term.
We're gonna get a conflicting job right now. So it's gonna...
I mean, certainly hear them out. I'm saying why not.
Well, in that case, you can come with me. And he sort of leads you guys over this way to your left. Feel free to move your characters as you will.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just do that just so we can track what room you guys are in, because this place is big. Very well detailed. And he opens up a door to the left and opens it, and there's another similarly addressed door, and they sort of exchange nods. And then it says, new mercenaries? It's like, not quite. I think these ones are going to be more of for that contracting thing where they were telling us about. And the one of the foreigners was like, of course. In that case, come right on in. And he opens the door up to the room just south of him. Right this way. Like doing surgery with my eraser tool right now. Oh, it's like cutting off his name. I'm just gonna put him here. And he sort of bids all you enter the office, which door he opened for you. Entering the room, you're greeted by an older male dwarf with a graying beard in 3 separate braids, each coming down to like being secured with like, I don't know what you'd even call them, like almost like a thick ring sort of deal, to tie off the end of it. Wearing silken robes of like a magenta with a fine and well detailed gold trim and a heavy set belt with a large buckle with what you can assume to be the guild, the guild seal. It says, yes, we managed to find some people earlier in the day than I thought. Well, make yourselves comfortable. I guess I only have 2 chairs, and certainly not one that would fit you, many-legged one. But, anyway, I've been looking for a group of roaming adventurers such as yourself. I might have some work for you, if you'd be interested.
Well,
Depends on the work.
certainly. Yeah, certainly hear what you have to say.
I see. Well, if you've been in town here for any amount of time, which, yeah, for any amount of time, you might have picked up that, well, let's just be frank here. Relations between our guild here and the local garrison are, tenuous at best. You see, it's really more of a family feud than anything. Bramder's Gate, as you may or may not know, founded by Bramder Ironsoul. He founded this place after the War of the Shattered Peaks and established this village as a military outpost to guard the southern approach to the crater, which grew into a hardy, fortified settlement over time. However, as Nordenthal developed into a prosperous, federated kingdom, growing borders, Bramder's Gate doubled its role as a trade hub, connecting the Great Crater to Lumptop Valley and the lands beyond. See, my ancestor, Bramder Ironsoul, his descendants, myself included, we still govern the town, but we've had a little bit of a split. In my camp, we have the guild, the Ironsoul Guild. We've grown quite comfortable from the pursuits of trade and finance, and we wish to strengthen the village's economy. Meanwhile, those on the other side of town who still cling to the martial traditions of old, seek to increase the gate's contributions to the overall war effort in the Tunnel War, which is so far removed from here. Those ways are quite outdated, I'd say. That being said, kind of in a little bit of a deadlock here. And, frankly, we could use some help breaking that deadlock and moving the status quo more in our favor. How would something along these lines suit you?
What do we have to do?
Well, my advisors have come up with a list of different things that, you might be able to help with. Any one of these tasks, or even accomplishing more than one of them, would certainly help to swindle the needle our direction. I don't have all the details right here. You can talk to each of the my advisors in their own places, but the options come down to the following. You could help us investigate the activities of these martial traditionalists, the Iron Soul Wardens. This garrison is called. You could help us investigate and maybe find some weaknesses or pressure points in their system that we could use to our advantage in the future. Or, another option presented to me is a more diplomatic route. You know, help us negotiate, you know, better terms that favor us more strongly. You could talk to my diplomatic advisor about that, if you're interested in that route. However, if you're willing to, say, get your feet a little wet, another one of my advisors has proposed something along the lines of more disruption and subterfuge. This would be, you know, pushing things around in the background that perhaps the public might not see too well, but if kept quiet, things should be completely fine. Alternatively, you could you might want to consider a more direct approach. They're bringing in convoys all the time, for supplies and other things and resources. Perhaps you can talk with my, mercenary, one of my main liaison with the mercenaries here, to help figure something out to resolve that little issue. That being said, which of these you do would be completely up to you. But the options come down to investigation, diplomacy, disruption and subterfuge, or a more direct action. That being said, please we do not want, I must express this very strongly. We do not want a little civil war breaking out in this town. Not that we think it's going to come to that, but it's more profitable that things are kept more or less peaceful. That being said, as despicable as the ideology is and long-standing misplaced values are of the Iron Souls, of the Iron Soul Wardens, their leader, Lesser Lady Militant Cartha Iron Soul, is still an Iron Soul. She's still my relative. I know you're all thinking, I know I'm looking at you, big one in the corner there with the axe. And you're just walking right over there and chopping her head off. You know, maybe you could. But if you do that, we will be firmly out of business with you. She's still family. I'd rather this be settled by means of less extremity than that.
Okay.
Do any of these interest you?
Good with whatever.
Yeah, we can take care of that for you.
On an adventure!
Alright. Any of, this early in the morning, my advisors are still, separate places and such. If any of them in particular catch your eye, just let me know and I can, have, one of my, servants, show you to their quarters. And arrange a briefing. A more detailed briefing than the one I just gave you, of course. More or less, I'm giving you guys a choice as to what you want to do.
I'm tired of making decisions right now.
Someone
Yeah.
make a decision.
We must go on an adventure.
But which adventure do you want to go on?
The real question: do we want to take supplies from the war?
No.
They'll be fine.
What were the summed up versions on these adventures?
There was investigation, so basically intelligence gathering, diplomacy, disruption and subterfuge, so like covert action, or direct action.
Ooh. I vote direct action.
Decision has been made.
Well, I see you're more of the get it done quick, and make a whole lot of noise. And while you're at it, Root. In that case, I will direct you over to talk with my my chief mercenary here. I'll have my my servant lead you over there. Geronald, yes. And one of the like the guy who showed you over here pokes his head through the door. He's like, "Yes, sir." Everyone's voice is the same in this building, apparently.
They're all
Not a good voice
related.
actor. Not everyone here is an Iron Soul, and not everyone here is related.
No.
No, just me. I'm Thaldrin Iron Soul. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. I apologize. I failed to properly introduce myself. You can call me Mr. Iron Soul for now. But yes, Geronald, please show them to the other side of the building. Have them talk with Dorax. Yes, I believe his name is Dorax. Yes, send him to talk with Dorax, if you will.
He doesn't even know the name of his own guys.
It says, yes, sir. Right away, sir. If you would be so kind as to follow me, and the dwarf you followed earlier, and you go out and you just pass closed doors and such. Leads you back into the main entry hall, and around up this way.
Couldn't we have just gone across?
It'd take
No,
you
that's
through
a
some other
room.
rooms.
Obviously, those are secret rooms.
Opens the door. It's like, yes, exactly which room he's in. We're just gonna have a little look and see if we can find him. We should be around here someplace. And the dwarf opens the far door. To this room here. The fireplace, like a big piano being, played on by a halfling, and then two mercenaries sitting down the chair, just talking with each other. And he sticks his head in the door. He's like, hello, yes, you know where Dorax is? Is he in here? Ah, next one over. Okay, thank you. He closes the door and heads back over. My apologies. He's gonna be right this way. It's my understanding that they're in the middle of breakfast at the moment, so might just give them a minute. They're a bit they very much like their breakfast. And he opens the door, and to a larger room with a larger room with a large table. The same fireplace connecting, and around this table are a multitude of dwarves. And you actually recognize the five on the western end of the table. These being the same mercenaries you saw earlier, bruised and a little bloodied. The captain at the end, holding up a cloth to his mouth, where you see a little bit of blood, soaking into the cloth. And he looks over like, huh? What do you want? And the dwarf you're with says, Dorax, Mr. Ironsoul has We found some contractors for you who are interested in that little operation you had planning. He would like you to brief them. I was like, huh? Ah, in the middle of breakfast. I mean, can't you see you're a little busy here right now? Mr. Ironsoul was very insistent that we get this matter figured out and done as soon as possible. He is paying you quite well for your services here. It's like, all right, fine. If the big man wants it done, we'll do it. Just send him in here. Get out of here. And then the dwarf servant sort of motions you guys enter inside, and they sort of, the inhabitants of this room sort of shuffle around to the ends to make sort of room for you to enter. Entering the room, you smell, sausages and eggs you see on the plates of the table. Something steaming coming from the various mugs at each spot on the table. You notice the 3 doors on the eastern end are not in the same attire as the other ones, the mercenaries that you saw before in the square. Yeah. Alright, it's like, alright. He pulls a cloth out of his mouth, licking around, testing to see if there's any more bleed. He seems satisfied that he stopped the bleed from his gums. And the guard captain looks at each of you and says, sorry, the mercenary captain looks at each of you and says, all right, which one of you guys is in charge of your little cohort here? Who am I talking to?
Not me.
Not it. Kerbonk, yeah.
Well, me and Kerbonk will take
We're
this.
co-captains.
Okay.
I see. Yeah. Well. Anyway, you'll have to do. I don't know if you guys have seen much fighting before, or at all.
Quite a bit.
A lot.
Well,
I can take y'all in here.
could you now? And he smiles, and you see a dagger raised up to the table.
Boy, I
and the
just
others
watched you
sort of
lose a
smile
fight
looking at you.
I watched you lose a fight basically in the main area.
Yeah, you saw that. It was early. We were. Look,
Some dwarves can do that. What do you think I can do?
I got 6
sort of
different limbs that can smack you.
you can see the guard captain sort of like one of the these mercenaries opened his mouth to speak, but the captain raises his hand to like shush him. Is like, and he's sort of smiling. Is like clearly biting back his tongue. Like, all right, so you got some grit. Maybe you might be the right kind of people for the job.
Show 'em
So,
that fishtail you took.
Oh gosh, I do have that. I can so pull out that.
fishtail.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're
Fishtail.
fighting fish.
Yeah. Now think of it as like humanoid fishes that are about your height.
Uh-huh.
We've taken out easily like 100 of them at this point.
Yeah, pretty close.
Right.
And numerous
Anyway.
Drugar.
Ah, now that. You've taken out Dwergar. Maybe you're right for this. Anyway, so ultimately, what we've got planned here is pretty simple. The wardens have been bringing in supplies all the time, and them with all their muscle, they think they're exempt from our tolls. See, everyone who comes along these roads has to go through our checkpoints. All of them get charged. The charge is for their own security and is for the overall prosperity of the guild, which is therefore to the benefit of the town itself. But these jerks, they just ride through with all their crates and weapons and potions and gold and sausages and meat and what have you. Stuff they ought to be sharing with everyone else, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm thinking we do a little bit of liberating of that stuff and put it in better hands. The mission is simple. There's going to be another convoy. There's going to be another caravan coming through later today. We hit it. Nice and quick. Take what's due. Get it out of there quick before anyone's any the wiser. No one sees a thing. No consequences. No evidence, no crime. You see what you know what I'm saying?
Who are we stealing this from again?
The garrison here, the royal garrison, the Nordenthal army regulars who are garrisoned to this town.
I lean over quietly to Ruther.
Hold
Are
on.
we the bad guys?
I think so. So you want us to steal supplies from the army that is preparing for an orc invasion that is going to directly affect you in a negative way.
That war is on the complete other side of the frickin' world from here. It's being fought in the tunnels in the Stone Coil Mountains east of the crater region. It's not gonna come here.
Until-
It'll
Do you know how
it'll sort
tunnels
itself
work?
out. Don't think of it as stealing so much as
Is it redistributing?
taxation, which they do all the time.
Okay.
You know, and I think it's time we get our taxes that we're owed as well.
All right. What are we stealing?
One more thing, though. We did have an entire, small garrison, fight us, not even just 5 miles outside of town.
Ooh, does it have a lot of supplies?
No, the one we blew up the whole hole in the ground. The tunnel war was right behind us for a little bit.
Oh.
Bullshit. Green fuckers haven't gone this deep, have they? Oh,
Wait, no.
pardon my
I have
language.
the dog tag. Let me find where I have that saved, because I have the dog tag for Gadrick Iron Snare. This is why I steal stuff from dead bodies.
Bada bing, bada boom, baby.
Roll persuasion for me.
I can also pull out the note from the ogre for the ogre lament.
Okay.
I
This
don't know
is
if I have
you're
anything else for
supporting
that.
your attempts to persuade it with evidence, and I will reward that with advantage.
Nice.
I'm not saying we can't do it. I'm just saying it's kind of getting closer. So maybe not if needed.
Well, if you're really that worried about all this jazz, all this stuff that's gonna get resolved on its own like it always does. There's skirmishes with Grunenreich all the time up in the mountains. Maybe this one's just a little bigger than the rest, but it's ultimately no different. Maybe this job ain't right for you after all.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure you understood the possible consequences of what could happen.
The consequences are you get paid.
Yeah, I do like that. How
That's
much
a
we
good
talking?
consequence.
As depends on what we find. Let's say this: you get to keep a portion of the loot. There's bound to be plenty. I don't know what they're rolling through those convoys, to be perfectly honest. We really haven't had much information on that. They keep their... In terms of the whole... I think there's some kind of espionage stuff happening, but nothing is... They've been keeping things pretty tight.
Huh.
But whatever it is, we'll let you guys keep a... We'll let you keep a proportion of it. A small portion of it. That's if we get the job done right and no one sees us do it. We're out of there before anyone sees it. It's gotta be quick.
Are you guys joining us on this? Or is it just us?
This would be something we're contracting you for.
Okay. So.
But grab the caravan. Do what, needs to be done to the, to the guards, to the soldiers. Whatever you gotta do. And then there'll be a drop-off spot a little ways up the road. And we'll pick it up. And do what we gotta do to get it in here more quietly. But to a different destination.
Okay, I think we can do this.
Want to confer with the rest of the group standing outside?
Oh, maybe we should. They get as much to say as we do.
I'm good.
Yeah. You guys know war and everything better than we do, so if you think it's something worth pursuing, then...
Well, essentially, we're doing a bad thing.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Alright, outside the table, I'm seeing if we want to talk about it outside of around a ton of guards and dwarves. So we're not like saying, do we really want to do this right next to the people that are about to pay us to be doing this?
True.
And or there's an entire other faction in this little town we can go talk to if you wanted right now.
Yep.
That I think on our side is morally more how we feel.
Yeah.
So where would this drop point be once we get the caravan?
It's like I said, it's gonna be always down the road. We'll show it to you. I'll head out there. We'll be waiting at the drop point for you, but you're gonna be the one intercepting the caravan yourselves.
Okay. How guarded is it?
Probably expect between 6 and somewhere between 6 and 10, depending on how big it's gonna be. The one that's coming up, I think there should be 2 wagons. So expect a good squad of heavy infantry.
Okay. How soon do you need the answer?
Well, it's not coming till later this evening,
Okay.
so before then. But that being said, these things are coming in all the time, and we could always there's always another opportunity. Myself, I'm being paid by the hour.
Okay. Pretty expensive.
That's why breakfast was taking so long.
Yep.
Respect the hustle.
He smiles, sort of like,
Okay,
and then bites down another sausage.
I think we should go make sure we're prepared.
Yeah.
Let the group know, and then we'll come back in 2 hours.
Yeah, show up whenever. Yeah.
Perfect.
That dude in the weird clothes will bring you back over here.
Perfect. Okay.
In the weird
I
clothes.
think we should go discuss this.
Leave the room, and he sort of produces a big cigar and bites down on it and lights the end as the door closes.
Ah, he.
All right. What does the party do now?
Oh, I assume we haven't gone to the castle.
You've not gone to the castle. No. You basically. So the party arrived and pretty much just went straight to the tailor shop.
Okay.
They've not gone anywhere you've not been.
Okay. I think we should go check out the castle.
Yeah.
If your business, the dwarf is standing there just waiting patiently outside the door. I was like, well, I certainly hope your conversation was productive. If you need to come back for any reason, I'll be at the door ready to greet you in short order.
Perfect.
Alright, will I be seeing you out then?
I would say so.
Yep,
All
I
right.
said so.
And he sort of leads you guys out. Farewells, stay safe. And Moon Maiden be with you and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, that girl, I guess.
Kerbonk's like, yeah. Alright. For that, hey, giggity goo. Hey, Peter.
Alright, so now that we're not surrounded by a bunch of the mercenaries and stuff, I want to talk to Ruther. So do we actually want to hit an actual caravan for the army?
I don't think so. That would probably be a
or-
really bad idea. But we do
Agreed.
have information.
Exactly. What about we tell them
Ooh,
about
that
this
we're
hit?
coming.
We'll talk to the garrison as they come through, or not garrison, the caravan. We'll act like we've taken it over, and then we're going to jump all the mercenaries.
You know what? I think that plan might just be amazing. And we could have the guards all hide within the caravan and hop out and fight with
That's
us.
a Trojan horse situation.
Give them the old Trojan horse maneuver.
Yup.
Yeah, I mean the centaur would know
Call it the
about.
Trojan centaur around
Yeah.
here.
Well, they have horses.
That's true.
But I think we should go to the fort and tell them the information we have.
Because we don't know how long they've been doing this.
Yeah. I mean, I get.
Well,
you know,
I mean, in fairness, we also don't know the people at the fort if they're the good guys or not either.
It's true, but man,
well, I think they're the ones.
the guild hall put it in the basement for the bar.
Yeah, because the guild hall, they're the ones trying to tax the military. Like the people that are supposed to defend this place, right?
Because the war's not at their doorstep yet?
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck them, man. Let's go talk to the fucking fort.
I'm so happy we're having a session like this instead of just 3 hours of combat.
Yeah.
I mean, I prefer the
just to walk
combat
out like,
personally.
man. Were we the bad guys in that conversation?
I think we were the
Have you looked at our
reasonable
caps
good
lately?
guys.
There's skulls on them. Are we the baddies?
Yeah, let's, I
Alright.
say we head over to the fort and see what they have to say.
You start heading west out the gate around the guild hall grounds and proceed out. As you approach the town square again, you can smell the aroma from one direction of from south of freshly baked goods, and to your north, a southward wind blowing from the tavern a warm, earthly scent. Gently wafting its way out of the tavern.
Ooh, I want a cupcake. Do they have cupcakes?
Maybe.
There's a bakery.
There is a bakery, but we have more pressing.
I'll say we can go get our snacks and farmer market after, because we did just put a deadline on when we're getting back to them.
It was a very loose deadline.
That's true. That's true. They were like, do it if you want, do it if you don't want.
Yeah, exactly. So I say yeah, fuck it. Let's go to the bakery real quick. Why not, right?
Yeah, if I can get a sweet treat on the way.
All right,
A
you
little
guys
treat.
head to the bakery.
Yeah.
All right, just gonna put this here for now. You approach the bakery and just smell of pastries and freshly baked bread and butter and honey wafts into your nose, and you see you enter and you see a dwarven female, a very stout dwarven female, wearing an apron and her sleeves rolled up, pulling things out of the oven and placing them into the display beforehand. There's a few other townsfolk in here, also dwarves. They have all sorts of things on display. They have, but they have two separate. There's a sign on the counter, basically saying like, we offer both conventional sweets and God, I can't come up with something that rhymes and fun. They offer both like mundane stuff and some stuff that might have some magical abilities, or otherwise some kind of abilities or benefits. And yeah, and you see rows of like pastries, something resembling a donut, resembling donuts, and something resembling cupcakes, kind of cookies, loaves of bread, some loaves of bread that have had have a thin layer of icing over the top. You see all sorts of stuff, and the lady there says, the female dwarf looks at you guys and says, "Welcome, welcome. What can we get for you?"
Oh, just browsing at the moment.
Take your time.
But did
I wanted a cupcake.
would the person know what magical effects they have? I'm just wondering.
Or
We
is
do
it
an
a secret?
Arcana check to see if we can tell what looks
Ooh,
magical.
yeah.
Yeah.
You certainly can do an Arcana check.
Ooh,
You see, I'm glad I brought that up because my -1 really helps me in this.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
Oh, go ahead.
Dirty 20?
Ooh,
Dirty 20.
I got
You
a
look
4.
at
I don't even know if I should. I have a +8, so.
Holy
Fuck.
shit.
Lyra, you good horse impression.
That didn't even mean for that to come out.
All right,
I
you
just saw the
guys look at
numbers.
these pastries. The ones in this separate container have like icings of and like swirls of blue and purple and gold and other stuff, and you're able to discern what each of them does. There's one with like sort of looks like a cherry swirl, and it was like the slices of bread with like a cherry swirl. These are going to be, I was like a health potion almost.
Okay.
Like a very weak health potion. Like they're gonna give you back like 3 health. There's, I really should have put more into this.
I assume if you put a name of a place on the map, that you have put backstory into it.
For magic. Give me standby.
He says that as we have 30 cities before the Great Crater, and we know we're gonna want to check each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because
Okay.
you told us that there was something unique in each
Yes.
one.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. All right. Yes. You look at a number of them. One of them is these fluffy little puff balls. You determine that eating one of these allows you to enter someone's dreams for a short time. Other ones, these little square-cut tarts with vibrant, like some kind of vibrant filling that keeps changing color. You determine that they're labeled whisper tarts, and each one contains a whispered secret from a stranger somewhere in the world. I'm not giving you that next one because that is chronomancy, which is fucking insane.
Oh, come on, what did it say, though? If you're not going to give us, what did it say it did?
Chronochrysants. Each grants the eater 10 seconds of time rewind after consumption.
Holy shit.
That is fucking insanely powerful magic.
Come on, what did it
Yeah.
say? 500 gold pieces for it.
Yeah. Limit one per person.
Chronomancy is insane. While it is canon, it is, I'm gonna say, the rarest and most powerful of all forms of magic.
Limit one per party.
Yeah, and we found it in this little small town randomly.
Okay,
Yeah.
there is a single one on a pillow, a velvet pillow in a
Velvet
special
pillow.
case with a lock on it, and there is a price tag on it of 150 gold.
Oh,
That's
shit,
cheap.
that's not even. I was waiting for like 500 or something, where like we would have to like do the rob the mission, so we could have enough money to buy it.
The price just went up to 200.
There we go. That's still nothing. That's nothing.
Anyway, but there's only one. There is also Eclairs of Eloquence. You gain, for 1 hour, you gain +2 charisma and speak fluently in any language for
Oh,
1
that's
hour
pretty cool.
after
That's
consumption.
pretty good.
Yep, +2 charisma. You have Vanishing Danishes. The eater becomes invisible for 2 minutes or until they burp.
Oh, that'd be funny.
How do we determine if they burp or not?
It's gonna be like a con save or something.
I'm gonna make you do a dice roll every now and then at the moments I feel to be comedically appropriate. not doing that one. That one makes no sense.
I love it when he just does like a GPT or like searches up a list of like stuff like this where like
And
he's rolling across like world-altering things.
Mirage Muffins creates an illusory double of the eater for distraction or conversation.
For conversation, like it talks.
Conversation. Yeah. Creates illusory double of the eater for distraction or conversation. So you can like have like effectively a magic hologram of yourself somewhere else doing something. Though I'm gonna say this only is gonna last for 5 minutes. You notice these things are considerably expensive compared to the others.
I'm trying to think what would be a good roll for checking for a burp.
I
Like a
was gonna have you
performance?
do a I was thinking Constitution.
Yeah, it'd be
Or-
Constitution, I would
Or
think.
stealth roll.
Yeah.
Can you stifle the burp?
Constitution saving throw represents an attempt to resist. Oh, never mind. That's the same description for all of them. Health, stamina, and vital force for Constitution. Reflexes balance. I'm gonna say it'd be a stealth check.
Really? Okay.
It'd be a stealth roll.
I'll say I'm looking at Constitution check, which if you want to do
Because you need
save
to
for holding your
hide
breath
and
or-
suppress. Because stealth would be like holding your breath, walking lightly, that sort of thing, not burping. You know that sort of doing the one cheek maneuver to soften your fart, that sort of thing. would be
No, that's
stealth.
coughing and cover your fart.
Yeah. Achoo! Yeah, get all the attention on you. But yeah, those are your options for magical pastries. For most of these, the price is going to be 30 gold, the exception of the chrono croissant. I'd love if you bought it and then immediately ate it and went back.
Went back to buy it again.
Yeah, a time loop.
Do it.
I will say, for the sake of the universe making sense, the effects of the chrono croissant is going to apply to the entire party. So the whole party goes back 10 seconds.
Well, that would make sense. Yeah.
Otherwise,
We don't
it's
look
gonna
over and like somebody's just
break my
went through
brain.
time. Yeah.
Anyway, Kerbonk walks through the front door right now. A second Kerbonk, and he says, "Hey, get a load of this."
Man, that thing really works. I dissipate.
I'm just gonna say for the meme of it, Kerbonk buys it, eats it.
We go back
like-
in time.
Anyway, falls in your party's court. The reason why I didn't really have that is because of all the different things you guys can do and all the different possibilities requests. I had to do a lot of prep for this session in a lot of different areas and make several maps. So I apologize of this shortcoming.
You didn't think of your bakery goods out of one of 30 cities? How dare you, Moose? And then you pop out a great fucking list to go through?
I would
Good.
like 6 croissants.
You only got one. Or are you talking normal croissants?
Yeah, just normal croissants.
Okay, that'll be 6 gold.
All right.
And then you have I'm not even gonna bother putting it in your inventory
Don't.
because I'm not even keeping track of food consumption or anything. Anyone else? They do have cupcakes.
I'm going through the whole list in my head on what it might be handy to have.
There is one more
Okay.
that catches your eye. And it's not named, and it's kind of off and on its own because rolled so well you see it. But it is like it looks like almost like a scone with some kind of filled with a cream, and you're able to determine that this will effectively grant you the ability to one time only cast Detect Good and Evil.
The fairy lady said she should get some of those. How much are the good and evil scones? Is there a price on those?
50.
50, okay. Are there multiple or just one?
Just one.
I'll reach over and I'm gonna grab some donuts on the way. I'll just have them like on Kerbonk's fingers. It just keeps putting the holes of the donuts in each one.
So that's what, 4 or is that 5 donuts?
Nah, he's doing all 5 on one hand, and he's gonna pick
Alright.
up the good and evil scone in the other one. Can I have this?
Well, since you've already got your hands all over them, I suppose that'll be 55 gold.
35
Fif-
gold.
We're fixed prices here. Sorry, we're not the blacksmith shop. That son of a bitch has been lowballing
55,
people for
that's my
years.
final offer.
55. Done. Deal. Whatever. I'll take it. 55. You're like Patrick. 65. Or nothing.
We can do it in 70.
Yeah.
Alright, scone and good and evil. I'll add that one, and then the rest are just fun foods.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyways. What now?
On to the fort.
Yes.
Is that a part of the decision?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm good.
At the
Alright.
table, has anybody else noticed Lyra having her nightmares and everything? Because, like, we've never talked about it, so if it's not been brought up, I assume not. But
I don't know. Is it something that like
That's
I
up for y'all to
thrashed
decide.
out, or
I don't think
we
you're
need to
like
roleplay
you've
it for
been
it to be real.
you've been dealing with this for much of your life. While it still profoundly bothers you, it's like, you know, you handle it. I imagine you handle it quietly.
okay? Yeah, we'll just. I haven't really said anything about it then.
Yeah, so
Okay.
far it's just been your own cross to bear.
Okay, because I saw the dream bakery, and I was like, ooh.
All of these are still up for purchase, and you can still return and buy any of these. And who knows, on different days they might have different goods.
We can come back later.
I certainly don't know, and I'm the fucking DM. So. Anyway. All right. Party heads back. Oh, so the party's leaving the bakery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna have you move. So as you cross the square, you approach the inner wall of Bramder's Gate. There's a large metal grated gate that's pulled all the way up. This looks like it's been set up for a while, but looks perfectly capable of dropping down or locking down that part of the town. You can tell that much careful deliberation was taken in the defensive constructs of this place. Crossing through it looks far less commercial and more like a proper military installation. To the north, there's some barrack. Oh, that's not the pointer. There's some what look like barracks. To the south, potentially like an armory or a not an arm, like an ordnance dump, and other utility buildings. Back in the corner, there's a you notice a stable with a small multitude of those war sheep.
I'll be right back.
And you approach the as you enter here, as you cross through, there's many more soldiers here going to and fro. Some are standing guard there, just keeping watch. You notice all along the towers as you enter this part, there are, for the first time you've noticed, there are soldiers up on these towers and patrolling along the walls. Some of them are dwarves with their signature pole axes and heavy armor. Some of them are halflings wearing lighter gambesons with their iconic rune powder stubbers. Going about their daily tasks, and the and the central castle stands before you. It is definitely the largest building in the town in both width and height and all that. The keep itself raised up much higher, with a bastion right at the front. There are guards out front, and as you approach, one of them looks to you and says, "Halt! What is your business here?" And awaits an answer.
We're looking to talk to who's in charge around here.
That would be Lesser Lady Militant Cartha Ironsoul. What business do you have with her?
We have tales of trouble in town we would like to discuss with her.
Roll persuasion.
Man.
Because
my +0's working today.
Yeah.
I have advantage on this. This is going to be so much easier to talk to stuff.
all right, we'll let you in. But make it quick. We are quite busy. And
What are you guys preparing for?
Don't you know there's a war on?
Well, that much I know very well.
Oh, yeah, we know.
and he just sort of opens the door to this. It's a very heavy steel door with mithril reinforcements around the hinges and handles and all that. It's a relatively small door, at the front of this fortress. One of several. And you enter, and another guard takes his place as he comes with you, making sure you go straight through. Does not even give you a chance to stop or look around inside the central bastion,
Ooh,
as there's
what's
soldiers
That? Ooh, what's that place?
back and forth. You're to continue to follow me. You're to go this way. These other rooms are off limits to civilians.
See?
And he takes you out the back of after a number of turns and swerves. This building, the interior is almost maze-like. You take note of. Very cramped, and Kerbank and Rether, you guys having quite a bit of fighting experience. You take note that this is not a place that you would like to attack. It clearly greatly benefits the defenders. Very carefully designed. And eventually he takes you out the back of the frontal bastion into the courtyard in the middle, guiding you over. And you see soldiers around. You hear the crack of gunfire. And you look to your left and see a lineup of halfling auxiliaries firing their stubbers into some targets lined up against the wall.
I don't know why my mind thought you were just saying it was a firing squad on
No.
Oh my gosh.
You do notice that these targets were posted up on sticks, almost like scarecrows with green painted faces and arms, and big scowling, faces drawn into them.
I'm going to look away and act like I don't see it.
There's also a lineup of catapults. Quite sturdy build lineup. No trebuchets here. Trebuchets need to be built in the field during a siege, because they cannot easily be moved. Catapults, however, these ones are mobile via wheels. Thank you for asking.
They could be unassembled.
You do not see any assembled trebuchets here. You do, however, see a lineup of 3 catapults. And he brings you to the keep in the back right. The castle, for reference, does genuinely look like this. He brings you over to the bottom of this building over here, where there's an outcropping with a smaller tower that goes up with a winding spiral staircase that goes straight up. And it's like, you can head right up these stairs. Just be mindful. There's a lot of people working here today. Try not to, be too much of a distraction if you can. And he sees you guys. He sees that you guys go up. Map switch. I made this map.
Nice. There's your catapults.
Yes. Catapults, not trebuchets. At the you reach the top after several stories of going up. There's a couple landings, but you keep going up and up, getting a feeling that you're looking to get to at least as high as this staircase goes. And you step off, and there's 2 guards before you, guarding a pair of double doors that then cross their pole axes, their dwarven pole axes, and in similar manner as before, as state your business.
Talk to the lady in charge.
She's in the middle of a war council right now. You can wait in the mess hall. And they open the doors for you. Don't ask me how much time it took to make this.
It's beautiful. That's all that
Thank
matters.
10
you.
minutes.
Oh, you poor thing.
So you knocked it out right before the stream, right before the
Oh.
right before the session today, right?
Nope. Did it last night. I did not mean to show you the full contents of that
Instead-
room. Not that it's a huge deal.
Instead of sleeping, this is what he did.
Right.
Nah, not that committed. I don't love you guys that much.
Wow.
Damn it.
Understood.
I mean, if I'm waking up at 3 a.m.
I'm waking up at 1:45 a.m., Doug.
Shit.
Normally, I woke up at midnight today. Anyway, you enter, stepping onto a large bear rug, and you see the following room before you. A large amount of dwarven soldiers and some civilians sat around a great table, chowing down and eating on, on their breakfast. You guys
Do
are
we
free to move your...
recognize? I assume they're actually at the tavern, so they probably wouldn't be here. The dwarves that got in the fight in the town square.
Stepping in and looking around, you do not recognize any of the you do not recognize them. Those guys are not here.
All dwarves look the same. I get it.
Damn.
Reverse
Hey,
racism.
hey! They say all orcs look the same. I'm just throwing it back at them. My mom wasn't even an orc.
There's only half an orc.
It's close enough.
You guys can freely move your models into here. Your models, you're not doing actual tabletop, you know. You can smell, Larry in particular, you can smell, it sounds like, you can hear, you detect the signs of food preparation in the room to your right. Like metal scraping on metal, crackling of sausages and meats in a pan. The breaking of bread. Front, yeah, you see large number of dwarves and a halfling sitting around the table eating down. They see you guys walk in, and they all sort of stop their meal and they turn and look at you for a moment, like food sort of just in their mouths. Some of them are still chewing. And the one closest to you is like, "Who are you guys?"
We're here to talk to your
Adventurers.
leader.
Adventure!
Take us to your leader, says the blue fucking lady from out of this world.
Right?
Adventures. Oh. We've been talking around. We actually could use some of you guys.
We're just picking up quest after
Use?
quest after quest.
Well, I mean, we could use an event. We could use adventurers. We could use some contractors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're a group of independent
Yes.
contractors.
People's on another contracting job.
That's what
I
it
see.
says on my adventuring resume.
Yes.
Tell you what, the Lady Militant herself has been emphasizing how we really could use some extra outside hands with some things around here. She's in the middle of a war council, a council of war, in the next room over. He points to this one over here. But I'm sure she'd be happy to have you in there. don't be disruptive, until they're ready to talk to you.
Me disruptive?
I don't know if we can
Never.
do that.
But feel free to see yourselves in. Right, I should probably erase a spot for you guys. You guys are gonna be going, well, if you choose
Yeah,
to
I
do
don't know
so.
which room we're going.
Over here, this room over here. So let me erase that for you. Pocket warrant eraser. Then you open the door, and everyone sort of glances at you. And I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now. You step in the room to see a number of dwarves stood around a large, ornate table, on which is sprawled a number of great maps. Everyone sort of stops and looks at you. Who's stepping through this door first?
I will.
Rather.
I'll follow.
And
They
then
see
go
this.
Take a corner where I'm not in the way.
The dwarf closest to you, you see him, his hand move carefully to the heavy dagger hung around his waist, and looking at Kerbunk and the rest of you is like, "What is this? What is the meaning of this? Who are you?"
Adventurers.
I love you guys sound a little more unsure every time. We're adventurers?
You guys are civilians walking into a military installation. You're gonna get asked a lot of questions. DM'd things. Ventures, are you here for the Are you here for the work we've been asking for?
Might
Well,
be, depending on.
We just heard about that too.
Yeah.
With that, the dwarf at the very end of the table, who you gleam to actually be a female, raises a hand towards him. Is like, "Settle down, easy." I raise it out here as if you guys can see anything happening in the room to my left-hand side. And she speaks, saying, Eddie's general. We've been looking for folks just like this. It could be of quite some use to us, given our, local troubles. The feud in the family, as it were. We were just finishing up.
Feud.
I'll have you wait for just a moment right here while we wrap up this war council. Anyway, Major, continue as you were. And the dwarf closest to you is like, "Of course." And he grumbles and points down on the map, depicting the world, the pretty much the map of Boreallum that you guys have seen yourself, very similar to that. Pointing to the north, says, "The situation in the Anvil Gulf is rapidly deteriorating. As the reports have told us, the Royal Fleet has engaged the Grunenreich Navy, but they're getting hit hard. We're slowing them down, but all we can really ask for is bot time. It's not going to be long before the Grunenreich Navy sets itself upon Anvil Bay itself. Archmage Caliph has been appointed to the special defenses around that area. Meanwhile, Greater Lord Militant Ironfoot has been deployed up there with a force of 40,000 dwarves and auxiliaries to prepare for the siege to come. It's drawing quite a large amount of forces away from the front line. And he sort of nods over to the dwarf across from the table. He goes, the front line, the situation in the front line is also rapidly deteriorating. It's, as we're all aware, after the Grunenreich breakthrough, we've failed to establish a solid defensive line of which to hold them. They've been pushing us back and back and back, farther and farther. Unfortunately, yesterday we received word that one of the major forts defending one of the larger caverns leading, connecting our two empires now, has been taken. Far quicker than we hoped it would hold out. Lord Militant Carco Copperknuckle is reamassing. Greater Lord Militant Carco Copperknuckle is reamassing his forces and pulling back
That
to
name
establish a
That's a
firmer defensive
name.
line.
Holy
is a
shit, that's a name to try to
fucking
type.
name.
Purpo Carcanukle.
Carco Copperknuckle.
Carco, Carp.
Kharko
Copper
Copperknuckle.
knuckle.
Greater Lord Militant Carco
Man.
Copperknuckle.
It is a good thing this is not the paladin that I am planning for another campaign that I'm going to be in with work. No. This is my work, like where I work campaign.
Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
making a paladin, but he can't remember people's names, so
I see.
he just makes up a name that's close to what their name is.
That's pretty
So
good.
that would have been Captain Carco. I
Knuckle.
probably would have
Cocker
said
knuckle.
no. Like Captain Carco Carpal Tunnel or something like that.
Captain Carpal Tunnel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Greater Lord Militant Carco Copperknuckle has been using a strategy of a staggering defense, blowing tunnels and making small stands while he falls back and regroups our forces to hold in an attempt to slow down the Grunenreich advance through the tunnels themselves, which seems to be one of their primary axes of advance in the conflict so far. And he nods over towards the towards this one over here. In the homeland, unfortunately, some Grunenreich warbands have broken through. They've found tunnels that we've either not found, or they made new ones entirely themselves and have popped up places in the rear combat area. We've heard reports of them getting as deep as Halfling's Grove. That being said, our heavy cavalry has been checking these, has been moving rapidly to check these outbreaks, so that our rear line forces can attempt to contain them. The situation in the rear line is stable for now, but the situation is unpredictable. Our forces in the Heartland need to be highly mobile and ready to react on a moment's notice.
Wait, wasn't it us that was at Halfling's Grove?
Yeah,
Took out
we
that
closed.
orc
We
attack?
closed.
Yeah,
that
we
one.
closed that hole at Halfling's Grove.
We got you guys.
Did you now?
Yeah, that was us.
Yeah, we blew it up.
Killed like thousands that were crawling up the wall.
That report came in from a company of sheep riders.
Yep.
They mentioned a group of strangers who helped them with that situation. I take it that was you?
We are a
Yeah.
group of strangers.
For that, you have
We
our
are
thanks.
pretty
You've done a
strange, yeah.
you've done a great duty to Nordenthal so far, despite seeming like you're not from here. However, sorry, I apologize for the interruption. lady. He motions towards Kartha. As I said, situation on the home front remains stable, but is uncertain. Perhaps if we have more heroes such as these, maybe the tides of this war can change. He sort of says jokingly. But you almost detect like a small note of desperate hope. Across from him, this one begins to speak. He says, outside of the combat zones, recruitment has been steadily growing. Initially, there was quite a shock for armor and supplies and weapons, but the great forges of under the Steel Mountains have been outputting record numbers of armor and weapons and siege weapons. Stand by. I need a town name. The garrison at Bargrave has offered several has been producing record numbers of companies of battle mages to serve as detachments on the front lines. That being said, we are producing far more equipment than we are men right now. We need to greatly expand our recruiting efforts. Of a particular note are our logistics lines in the rear areas, as Major Solworth just stated. You don't need to write that name down. As Major Solworth just stated, the situation on the home front is tenuous. We need to make sure our trade and logistics here are secure so we can maximize and optimize the war effort. It's going to be a while before we can turn this war around if we ever do. If we do, it's going to require anyone we can get our hands on. I believe that is all, my lady. And the woman in armor and helmet and, decorated pauldrons and a blue sash of Nordenthal colors at the end of the hall, at the end of the room, which is very well. Troubling situation. We're certainly losing, but I dare say we've not lost yet. Not while I still stand here. Now, you can go attend to your duties. I need to have a word with our fellow adventurers here. Not fellow adventurers. She's not adventurers. And the dwarves each sort of turn her, stamp one foot in the ground, and raise a fist sort of like at shoulder level forward in salute. At shoulder level, not an inch higher.
Oh, real scary to see on the camera for a second.
Not an inch higher, like an inch below shoulder level.
Mm-hmm.
And they, like, don't do this to me.
All of a sudden, they have a different kind of accent, yeah?
God.
Hey, they're fighting Grunenreich. Alright? Grunenreich.
They're fighting the Reich. Oh, shit.
Just remember that this is on Twitch. Just keep that in mind.
This is on Twitch. Hey kids, remember, it's always cool to come up with new cultural things for your D&D campaigns, but make sure you are not being too culturally insensitive, or else you might find yourself in an awkward situation should anyone actually come in and watch these videos or streams. Hello, me in 4 years in front of a hearing. As to my inquiring about my political affiliations, I firmly believe in democracy, and I absolutely do not stand for fascism in any regard. And this campaign does not promote it. So, fuck off and fuck you.
I love the disclaimer.
Anyway.
In a satirical sense.
In nothing other than satire, if it is present at all.
This is a
Any other
fictional universe.
inclusion is purely coincidental and unintended. Anyway, the dwarven officers leave the room. And yeah, they leave the room. Which leaves you in there with greater Lady Militant. I'm sorry, lesser Lady Militant, Cartha Ironsoul. Looks at you and says, well, now that that's all out of the way, how are you guys doing today? Are you doing good? Great. Wonderful. I'm in need of the service of some outsiders who are not already a party to the politics of this town.
That's us.
Could I trust you in a discreet manner? I promise you will be rewarded.
Yeah.
All right. As you may or may not already know, if you've not been in this town very long, there's sort of a family feud going on between, yeah, family feud. My ancestor, Bramder Ironsoul, founded this town. She's completely oblivious that you've not heard this before. Founded this town as sort of a military outpost on the southern borders of Nordenthal, which this was the southern border at his time, which is ages ago now. And lived to uphold the values of duty, strength, and a legacy of resilience. Now, in the times that passed, Northenthal's borders have expanded, and our advantageous location has sort of made Bramder's Gate something of a commercial hub. That being said, it is of utmost importance, especially now of all times, that we look back to our martial traditions and breathe life back into Bramder's Gate in a military capacity. Bramder's Gate must first and foremost remain a fortress, a living bulwark in the geographical choke point between the Heartland and Laptop Valley. To us, the Garrison here, the Iron Soul Wardens, as we've come to be called, trade is useful only so long as it supports defense. Profit cannot replace duty. In my eyes, the rising commercial influence within the village is a dangerous distraction, weakening its martial soul and inviting complacency at the very threshold of Nordenthal. We hold tightly to the original legacy of Bramdor, whose statue still looms over the central square. His oath, "The gate shall not sleep, not even in peace," has become our faction's mantra. Basically, we want stronger walls, a larger garrison, deeper patrols along the roads, and tighter scrutiny over any outsiders entering the crater. Our quarrel with, my fellow family members running the Iron Soul Guild across town don't hold these same values. They seek profit, and they hold that the town would be best off if we just abandoned our old traditions and purely embraced commerce and financial motivations to grow the town as big as possible through trade and private taxation enforced to their mercenaries, have no values of duty of themselves, just only fight for their own profit. Thaldrin, their leader of the guild, is my second cousin. I'm gonna be frank with you. My rank as Lady Militant grants me much autonomy, although my command is far smaller than those being sent to the front lines. I seek to change this state of affairs. Fierce loyalty to the throne. I feel it is my duty to take on a larger role in the war. That being said, I stand absolutely opposed to the use of mercenaries who have no loyalty but to themselves and their clients. The guild's toll policies are both exploitive and strategically unsound. Thaldrin's agents are using their new tariff laws to bleed our garrison of resources and the local militia we've been trying to mobilize and absorb into our own ranks. It's delaying vital arms shipments, and they're even trying to shake down soldiers for bribes under the guise of security inspections. My sources tell me, I've been suggesting that key guild collectors are being paid to selectively enforce the tolls, specifically targeting convoys carrying weapons or military-grade materials. Some even allegedly allow smuggled contraband through in exchange for coin, undermining the very defense Bramder's Gate was built to uphold. I need you to help me uncover evidence of this corruption and dismantle the guild's toll apparatus, preferably without drawing overt armed retaliation. They are still family. And as much as Thaldrin is a pain in my ass, I won't have you kill him.
Anybody got deja vu?
So,
A little bit.
So we got the tea for you, lady.
What if we were to tell you that they want to hire us to steal a shipment?
And they said, take out by any means the next caravan coming through.
She absorbs this for a moment and thinks to herself, well, seems I'm not the only one making plays. It seems you would find yourself in a predicament. You need to ask
Not-
yourself. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say not so much because they're denying. They're denying that the war is even close, but we've seen
A
it
threat.
we've seen it for ourselves, and you're echoing the same thing that we saw, so you understand the threat.
Thaldrin wouldn't see the war if a war roger kicked down the front door of the guild hall.
I fought one of them.
That is no easy feat. Glad to see you managed to escape.
Oh, he did.
He real dead.
I have a song he was going to write to his child.
Oh, he might be a grin and Reich bastard, but at the end of the day, I guess we're all soldiers.
Just pulling out the dog tag and the ogre's lament again.
Jesus.
You say they plan to hit a convoy of ours?
They hired us.
When-
So
for it.
they wanted us to
They wanted
hit
us
it.
to do it.
They just
They
wanted
wanted
to pick
you.
it up afterwards.
Mercenaries always trying to get other people to do their work for them. You
Uh-huh.
pay them, and just for them to pay someone else to do the work, do even worse than they can. And that's not saying much about their abilities, in my opinion. Well, I certainly can't let that happen. They say when this was supposed to go down?
Tonight.
Like in 2 hours, I thought. No, that's
Well,
when
we were
back.
gonna give them an answer if we were gonna help them.
Yeah. Got a caravan coming through this evening.
Well, I did have a number of different things on my mind, ways you could potentially help me out. But I think an opportunity has presented itself that you've uncovered yourself. Perhaps a trap. If you wish to get involved in all of this.
I think we're already kind of involved.
Kind of deep,
What if-
yeah.
What if I were to have you, use quotation fingers, hit this convoy, hit this caravan coming through? We can have our
Trojan horse your soldiers in it?
yeah, something along those means. And then
Exactly what I said.
They know what that means. Do they have a Greek tragedy as well?
alright, yeah, and then jump the mercenaries. That being said, well, frankly, I don't place a whole lot of value on their lives, especially if they're paying people to kill my own men.
Aren't we technically the mercenaries?
No, we're the contractors, not the mercenaries.
Okay.
Well, anyway, we're gonna need at least one of them alive, preferably their leader. If we can we can get them alive, one, we can get more information out of them, and two, we might be able to deal a direct blow to the mercenaries, which is kind of the armed backbone that the guild has been relying upon since this sort of whole spat began. What do you say? If you do this, I promise I can reward you guys.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
Sounds
I'm
like a
down.
deal. Yeah.
Support the war.
Yeah.
Hashtag more war.
That's a wild statement, Colton.
Hashtag military industrial complex.
Hashtag build them walls.
Alright. I mean, that is kind of these guys'
Yeah.
MO. I actually have a list of current initiatives and goals. The first one is reinforce the outer walls.
Nice.
You see, in times of war, it's a little more okay to say that.
True.
Anyway. Y'all are in?
Yep.
Of course.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Alright, in that case, I'm going to dispatch a messenger to that convoy, or to that caravan. They'll be notified ahead of time, and be on extra guard. You guys are going to need to return to that guild hall, accept their offer. And then, you know, the rest I think speaks for itself. You link up with the convoy, bring it where it needs to go, jump them, take as many prisoners as you can alive. Want to minimize... Protect yourselves by any means you have to. But the less blood spilt, the better.
Can we all look at Lyra at the same time, please? Or she atomizes somebody again?
What? Okay, look.
Hey, you know, she's not the only one with mini nukes, okay?
True.
That's true. That's true now.
Alright.
I'm just very selective in when I use them.
Well, Astoria also has mini nukes now she can drop on people.
Oh yeah, her little.
Oh, yeah.
She's got her little fairy friends.
Clerics can drop some fucking nukes. They can also drop a fucking healing nuke, too. So stupid.
Hey, How nice it was to have a healer in our party during that boss battle last session.
Mm.
Because Iloso was laying the wood for a while.
I was certainly trying. Anyway. If that is all, I think I have other matters I need to attend to in my private quarters.
Yeah.
She raises an eyebrow at that laugh and was like, I assure you, it's all professional matters.
Anything's
This is
professional.
a
if you get paid for
respectable military establishment.
Hey,
I mean,
everybody,
concubines were
everyone has needs. It's okay.
that concubines were a form of espionage. So
True.
You can
it. I'm
leave
gonna
now,
sleep my way to the top.
she says to you very directly. You can certainly try.
Hey, bet y'all ain't never had half work before.
Oh God.
Anyway.
Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
She just sort of quietly waits for you guys to just leave the room.
Oh, right. Well, I guess we'll leave.
reconvene outside.
And she, as you guys are leaving, she leaves behind you and heads over to a guarded door, closes it behind her over here.
Lyra go
If
the
only we
wrong
had
way.
the invisible
Lyra just
keep
walking
the
right by
invisible
it.
food.
What's that like JoJo meme where he's like walking right fucking behind the guy?
Yes.
Fine, I'm blue. They can't see me, right? That's how that works.
I mean, you're in Nordenthal colors.
Just hiding their banner.
No, it's purple. Purple.
There's a flagpole right here in the corner, and I'll just wrap myself up in the flag.
I think only Moose.
Maybe you have
Yeah.
do you have abilities like what is it,
Purple
cuttlefish
orbs.
that can camouflage the color, fade
Fucking
and
wish.
Cool fucking ability.
That would be sick.
I'll have to think about that. Anyway, you guys decide to leave leave the keep and leave Fort Iron Soul
Yep.
Yes.
back to Bramdor's Gate. All right, y'all are seen out of the fort. What does the party do now?
I think we go accept.
Yeah, we gotta go back to
Uh,
the guild and tell them we're gonna take the job. Right?
Yeah.
Take it you guys are just heading straight there. All right. Farmland, Iron Soul Manor. There we go. All right. You arrive back at Iron Soul Manor. Guild Hall of the Iron Soul Guild. And you knock on I assume you go up and knock on the door again.
Them big old knockers.
Upon it, it swings open and that same dwarf was there. I was like, ah, back so soon. Are you going to be speaking with the our mercenary captain here again?
Yep.
Wonderful. I will show you the way there. And he just leads you over. More of just keeping an eye on you guys than anything.
Okay.
You may enter the room again. The whole moving pieces around a map thing is a lot more interesting out of combat when it's like an actual tabletop thing. for me in this, it just helps me make sure everyone's like on track, you know. Captain's sitting there, feet leaned up, cleaning himself off. Their plates are empty. Cigar has been smoked down to a stub. He looks over as you guys enter the room. Like, all right. Well, have you come to a decision?
Yeah, we're gonna help.
Wonderful. Love to hear it. All right. So, in a little bit here, the in 1 hour, the caravan is going to be rolling down one of the side roads coming up from the farmlands north of here. The area is pretty wide open. You should be able to see it. Just, you know, what you gotta do. Hit it. Maybe hide the bodies. And then, you're just gonna bring it,
I got an idea.
You're gonna bring it back down the road you came from, and we're gonna be there waiting for you.
Well, I had an idea. What if we don't kill them? Oh wait, no, never mind. You need to make it as inconspicuous as possible, right?
I mean,
I was gonna say
suggestions.
You could use the bodies, you know, the living bodies as ransom for more gold.
Man, take hostages.
I like your thinking. Not sure if my employer would love that though. It could create a very sensitive situation.
Oh, maybe it's your own...
Yeah, it's a lot more publicity in the town.
Maybe it's your own personal way of getting gold.
Now you're thinking like one of us. You know, after this, when this whole thing, when we get off of this job, maybe you should come. Maybe you should, you know, pay us a visit. Might have a spot for you.
Sounds interesting.
Amazing. Now, I will see you out there in the farmlands. I'll get the boys. We'll get our shit together. We'll meet up. Don't disappoint us.
Now let's fuck these guards up.
Fuck you.
Oh yeah. The guys look around at guards. Guards? Huh? Yeah, like they'll look down at the name tag, seeing it's just
Just this guard.
Yeah, it's just this guy. But yeah, you guys are there.
You did say it'd be an hour. Could I burn one of my short rests and attune to my belt as we are burning that hour?
Absolutely could. Also being said, you guys have the free agency to try and go and explore or anything like that. I definitely don't want you guys. I absolutely want you guys to feel like you're not being railroaded. So if you come up with some like completely like off the wall side shit you want to do, or you want to like sneak around, look at some other rooms, or do this or that, completely take initiative and go ahead and do that. I would love it. But it's not necessary if you don't want to. If you just want to get on with it.
So we can look at it all once we, you know, get these guys all caught. Then we can just snoop around this guild hall as well.
Keep in mind,
Loot goblin it up.
I've got an idea. Because we're taking this guild down. Right. We could turn this into a base of operations.
Oh yeah.
This can be our first franchise, Red Dragon Inn.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Bring my child into this.
Oh shit, yeah. No, for reference,
our
Red
mascot.
Dragon Inn was the first tavern we went into in the first session.
Your
Tipsy
child could be our
Dragon
mascot,
was the
though.
first.
Tipsy Dragon, that's what it was, not Red Dragon, my bad.
It's like
So I
the
think,
Bass Pro Shop world, like where it's like a giant fucking pyramid.
I say we just do a short rest here, so I could get my health back, and so
All right.
Bonk can also attune to his belt.
If you
Holy shit! I have 5 small rests, short rests. No, that's my hit die. That's my roll die for on one of the
Yes.
rests.
Those are
Gotcha.
your
Okay.
hit die.
Well, while I'm getting my boys together and get our shit figured out, you guys want to, use our facilities for now to, you seem like pretty trustworthy folk.
Yeah. Is there a place
so-
we can rest up real quick?
If you want to use our facilities on this half of the building over here, rest, relax, get a drink or something until you decide to head out, feel free to do so. I'll let the doorman over there know to fuck off.
Hell yeah.
You notice he's speaking far more just earnestly, like from the heart.
Now they think we got a hit coming out, so they're excited now. You guys go have fun. I'm
Wait.
gonna go look at this belt for a while.
Stare at it.
Can I
Boom.
do
Stare at the
a
shelf.
what would that be under? I think that's under insight. I was gonna say, could I determine whether or not he actually believes we're here to help him?
That would be an insight check.
Yeah. Can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I got a 9.
You don't really know.
Okay. Still cautious on maybe he. Yeah, anyway. I don't bring it up though. I keep it to myself.
I got 60 total hit points now. Fuck yeah.
Damn.
Alright, where can I take a rest at?
Well, there's Here, I'll let you choose. We got well, the kitchen's right next to us. Assume you don't want to go in there. To the next room down, I think you might have seen it before. We got a little guy on the piano over there. He's all right. If you want to take a smoke, there's always the back porch at the back patio. I think some of the boys are sleeping in the very back, but in the northeast corner room, there's a fireplace, couch. I think there's some bookshelves there. There's also what am I thinking? There's the sort of like I don't know what these fancy folk call it. It's kind of like a waiting room. It's got some couches. It's got like some books and tables and stuff. Whatever you do, just one of the other captains is one of the other captains. He's taking a rest in the king's bedroom just across the hall. So try not to disturb him or accidentally go into his room.
Okay. I'm gonna go take my short rest at the back patio.
All right.
I'm gonna go find that room with the couches he was talking about.
Oh yeah.
And as you open the door and you see the door, the captain yells to him, "It's like, hey, fuck off!" And he sort of like head goes down as if he's heard this several times before. He's like, all right. You go into this room.
I'm just sitting on the couch thinking about my belt.
It's not a
Looking
couch,
at
right?
it, holding it.
Holding it and just staring
Internalizing it
deeply and
Into it.
as I am thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm one with the belt, and the belt is one of them. It's like his WWE belt. And it's just.
If anybody is now watching the stream, My new image is what I now look like after thinking about the belt.
The rare bearded Kerbonk.
Well, I'm always bearded, but that is the big bearded.
You're right, yeah.
We're gonna come back. You're gonna come back to us after this, and we'll be like, "What the fuck?"
Who the fuck is this guy?
Go gadget instant disguise. Yeah, so you go out the back porch and there is another one of these mercenaries sitting in a chair. A bottle of something alcoholic in his hands, and he's asleep.
Wait, the guy back there with me?
Yes.
He's got a bottle?
Yes.
I'm gonna sleight of hand that shit.
All right.
Fuck! I got a 6.
You try and touch and grab on it, and like instinctually in sleep goes like, and like holds it tighter, and it holds it up to his chest, almost like a teddy bear.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it, and I'm just gonna light a pipe.
Alright.
And that is where I shall remain until we are ready to roll out.
Anyone else? Any short rest activities happening?
No, just resting.
Yeah.
Chance to close my eyes.
Alright. A little bit of time passes. You guys all feel well rested. Kerbonk, you open your eyes to a scratching sensation on your sternum, and look down and realize it's your new profoundly grown beard. And then you look back up and across the room blankly and determinedly and goes, I know Dwarvish.
Show me.
Show me. Herka-durka dog and rock and
Well, I can just
stone.
instantly pull out the journal I've had since the sewer that I kept meaning to get read.
You can.
I can read this
Wow,
now.
you can read that now!
You can read that now. You learned to read. Congratulations. This
Ah,
episode,
finally.
session 11.
I
Kerbonk
can
learns to
read.
read.
Bonk learns to read.
It's an after-school special.
Please title the video that.
I really do need to title the videos to like something from each episode.
Yeah, it's a little
May
so
go
we
back.
know. Especially now that
yeah,
we're
may-
11 sessions in.
Yeah, I may go back through and find like the most memorable moments from each episode and title them.
Yeah. Are you actually going to read that journal?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm assuming it's just gonna be more that you're gonna send it.
This
To
was
me.
from
He's
way
like, hold on,
fucking
I gotta
back.
dig up the lore.
No, I was just gonna say it. It's just a couple. You open it up. There's a couple entries from the sewer cleaner, apparently, and it says, "Man, the muck down in these sewers really is getting thick and stinky these days. I mean, this is really bad shit. I mean, literally, compared to what's normally. Seems to all be coming from the south. Once I finish cleaning up, I'm gonna spend the next 2 days cleaning up this side, and then I'm gonna start working my way over there later this week." The next entry, dated a few days later. Like, man, something is really going on here. It's all these centipedes and scorpions all over the place. Those things aren't even native here. The water here is getting thick, and the fumes from it are just making my head spin. And I think I'm starting to see things. Shadows are starting to move in the corner of my eyes, and swear I'm hearing shit through the walls. The third entry is I need to get the fuck out of here. There is something down here that I swear I just saw a 5'4" fish. I am losing it. I need to leave. No more entries after that.
Man, This would have been really handy to read when I found it. I just toss it in the side.
Yeah.
Revealed all.
Chuck it over. Yeah. I mean, that's literally
Oh,
all
that's
it was
funny.
gonna be.
Yeah, no.
It was
makes
gonna be like a
total
thing, like,
sense.
oh, you find a thing. It mentions that there's something in the south side of the sewers. And to look out for these
all these
vermin.
centipedes and everything that were running around.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you got to
Well,
find
I'm
out the fun way.
Yeah.
The best prize is surprise. Anyway. Alright. Enough stalling. Are you guys ready to go and plan an ambush? Prepare an ambush. How are you guys
I think
feeling?
so.
Well, it is also after midnight.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
12:30.
Do we want to put a pause here? And say till next week?
I would think so. It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
that sounds
is
good.
about that time.
If we get started on combat now, it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, I got you, especially. Yeah. And that'll give me a little more time. I gotta prepare everything in the future, too. Alright, let's end it here. I think this is a good session. We're ending it on a short rest. No combat this session, but honestly, I kind of loved the roleplay going around and seeing you guys just explore a bit, especially after how combat heavy the last, what, fucking 4 or 5 sessions were?
Yeah,
I don't know what your guys' thoughts on
3 have
that
been
was.
3,
I mean,
yeah. I would say
I don't
3.
mind the combat.
I like the combat.
I just want to
Yeah,
make sure
yeah.
it's not like 2.5 hours of combat every single session, because I feel like that just gets a little repetitive. But I don't know.
That's
What do you guys think?
I mean, we don't have to have like big combat.
Yes. For
You know,
this
even
whole...
if it's more a problem-solving kind
Mhm.
of combat,
Yes. Combat that tells a story.
like Cat.
Mhm.
Yes. Exactly.
I miss
That's-
Cat.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be transparent. In this region, for this whole sort of chapter, putting less of a focus on like heavy combat itself and more of like smaller encounters or ones that are more just narratively driven. There might be some big encounters here or there, but at least for this segment, it's gonna be combat is gonna be a bit shorter. And there's probably gonna be a bigger focus on like roleplay and such, and exploration, and discovery and intrigue. I do that because, spoiler alert, in the future there's gonna be a lot of fucking combat. I'm just gonna say that outright. You can expect a fucking shit ton of combat later, akin to what we've been seeing last several sessions.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. And maybe since at least like, for example, using this town as an example, that politics and military thing are pretty prominent for the story of this part, maybe dropping some of that in the
Yes.
lore channel prior, so you don't have to go through all the explanations of the dynamics of it.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'll definitely do that. And also, most of the other towns are not going to be as in depth in all the problematics and politics.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have this session in every single town you go to. That
No,
would
no,
be
but
so
just
fucking
as
tedious.
an example, just for me
Yeah.
with names, and then
I could provide
it's
you guys-
a little hard to follow.
I could say this: as you're in here, you see a bookshelf, and it's like a tourist's guide to the Great Crater, you know. And I just put in a little bit of lore about each
Or
village
even
before you guys
it-
arrive there.
Even a newspaper or something,
Okay.
current events.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'll drop that in. I imagine the stuff you guys are just picking up or glancing as you're going along, and before you reach a village, I'll dump a few points.
Yeah, just because, like I said, like when you have the names and you're explaining the relations and stuff, trying to
Yeah.
follow a little bit.
It was a lot. It was definitely a bit of an info dump. And earlier when I did it again, partially because I was expecting you guys to be like, yeah, we heard this before. In lieu of that, I just continued.